Chapter 3308. Boss, let's go. If the door of the divine tomb closes, we won't have a chance. Long Chen reminded him. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded and led Long Chen towards the door of the tomb of the god of sin. Mei Ying, who had been silent all this time, also followed behind. Ling Xiao didn't resist this girl because he always felt that this girl gave him a very familiar feeling. Moreover, she was very close. Even if she followed him, he didn't want to drive her away. He believed that his intuition wouldn't be wrong. Wow! Suddenly, there was an exclamation in front. After Ling Xiao entered, he was also extremely shocked. In his imagination, the primordial divine mausoleum was a desert full of bones and corpses. But in fact, the scene in front of him was no different from the natural environment of the Western region. If there was a difference, it would be that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was more abundant. And there were many ancient ruins. In the environment that was like a primitive jungle, some buildings covered with green plants could be seen. It was full of a simple and elegant atmosphere. Further away, there was a river, a big river that was thousands of meters wide. There were many islands in the river. The situation on the islands was also different. Some islands had lightning and thunder. Some islands had volcanoes erupting. Some islands had snow all year round. Some islands were floating in the sky. It was too strange. This river was like the surface of the sea. It was too shocking. There was also a huge puppet warship by the river. The warship was all made of special materials. It was now unable to move and collapsed there. It was also covered with green plants, and some fish jumped near the warship. The immemorial divine tomb is not a tomb to bury experts, but a tomb to bury history. There are countless ruins and relics here. As long as you have the ability, you can find the opportunity that belongs to you. The voice of the white-robed oracle sounded like the sound of nature. This voice was completely different from the voice of the agent from before. Even if it was emotionless, it gave people a feeling of superiority. Let's begin. Go find your own opportunities. The islands in the river, the relics at the bottom of the river, the ancient tomb in the dense forest, the islands in the sky, and the sunken giant warship. You can all go find them. In this place, there is only one law, and that is to survive. So, in order to get what you want, go all out. The black-clothed demon envoy sneered. Hearing this, everyone began to move. First, it was the core martial artists of the four major forces. They formed their own groups and flew in different directions. In the beginning, everyone's main goal was to find the treasure. Killing was just a side goal. The other martial artists also couldn't wait to fly towards the places that the four major forces didn't occupy. For a time, only Ling Xiao, Long Chen, and Mei Ying were left in the vicinity of the divine tomb. Let's go. I can feel that the Archean divine tomb is much larger than the entire western region. There are plenty of opportunities. It all depends on how we grasp them. Ling Xiao called out and led Long Chen and Mei Ying in a certain direction. This direction was naturally chosen randomly because Ling Xiao himself did not know what the situation in the Archean divine tomb was. Neither would he know where he would go next. The so-called fortuitous opportunity was a chance to bump into it. He could only take one step at a time. I didn't expect the Archean divine tomb to be so majestic. I believe that a long time ago, there should have been a large number of intelligent life forms living here. But for some reason, there are no signs of life here now. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. The heaven and earth spiritual chi here is so abundant, and there should be no need to worry about food and drink, right? Long Chen couldn't help but say. I think so too. There should be a special reason why this place has become a forbidden land of death. As for what the reason is, we will know very soon. Ling Xiao was still thinking when his face suddenly changed. Trouble is coming! He looked ahead and saw a group of people appear in front of him. The leader was Prince Tian, and there was also a group of beautiful women, all of whom were wearing armor. These women, like General Yulan, were probably female slaves raised by Prince Tian. All of them were very strong. Even the weakest one was stronger than General Yulan. Do you think that this prince won't be able to find you after you change your appearance? Prince Tian looked at Ling Xiao coldly. It was obvious that he was here to find him. Ling Xiao was puzzled. He had used the Yin-Yang Demon King's transformation technique, and had never been exposed. Why was he exposed this time? He could not understand. You seem to be very confused. Actually, the reason is very simple. The female slaves that I raise all have my spiritual imprint on them. No matter who you kill, the imprint will remain on your body. No one can remove it. This imprint can last for up to a month. So, don't talk about changing your appearance. Even if you turn into ashes, this prince will still be able to recognize you. Prince Tian sneered. No wonder I felt like I was being watched recently. So that's the reason. Ling Xiao finally understood the reason and gradually calmed down. At this moment, in the forest, a group of martial artists who had accidentally barged in were hiding and watching the battle. Luckily I didn't team up with that stinking brat. Otherwise I would have been screwed to death. I didn't expect him to offend Prince Tian. The one who spoke was the leader of Fan Tuan's group, Boss Lei. Fan Tuan was also in a daze. He could not feel how strong Ling Xiao was. How could a martial artist like Ling Xiao offend a big shot like Prince Tian? This was simply inconceivable. Facing the powerful Prince Tian, Ling Xiao was also helpless. However, this situation was within his expectations. After all, anything could happen in the immemorial divine tomb. Since he had been exposed, he might as well return to his original appearance. Looking at Prince Tian, he said, From the moment I killed General Yulan, I already knew that this day would come. But I really didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fortunately, the people from the Ice Empire and Fire Empire were not with Prince Tian. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse. Of course, it was also a situation of certain death. How to break out of this situation? This was a big problem. What's the background of that brat? Even Prince Tian is here to kill him? I seem to have heard of such a person. The Emperor of the Eight Immortals Empire, Ling Xiao. Rumors say that he looks like this. It should be right. No wonder. The Eight Immortals Empire was originally the territory of the Sword Empire. No wonder Prince Tian wants to take care of him. That brat is trying to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Even if he dies, it's already an honor for Prince Tian to personally deal with him. In the darkness, many people were discussing. They did not want to leave immediately, because observing other people's battles could be very rewarding. Perhaps they would encounter Prince Tian at some point in time. Knowing Prince Tian's characteristics, they wouldn't be too passive if they encountered him. Chapter 3309. Of course, no one believed that Ling Xiao could pose a threat to Prince Tian. The difference between their cultivation bases was simply too great. Even Ling Xiao was starting to feel a bit hopeless. So, what do you think I should do with you? Prince Tian said as he sat down on his dragon throne. The fact that the dragon throne could fly indicated that it was some sort of special magical treasure. Your Highness, that young man next to him seems to be the only surviving dragon folk. Suddenly, one of the young women to Prince Tian's left spoke in a hushed voice. She was probably the strongest martial artist in the group, second only to Prince Tian. She was in the 9th division of the life-seizing level, similar to Prince Tian in terms of fighting prowess. That said, Ling Xiao still wasn't qualified to deal with her. Oh? Are you sure, Long Mei? Hearing this, Prince Tian looked at Long Chen and said, You have some of the primordial divine dragon's bloodline power in your body, so you can display great power. Is that kid really a dragonfolk? Doesn't that mean he's a heaven-defying genius? There's no mistaking it, Your Highness, Long Mei said. My martial soul is a pterosaur. Although I'm only a descendant of the dragonfolk, I can sense their blood in me. Long Mei nodded. Interesting. Very interesting. I was wondering how a lowly human like you could possibly defeat my General Yulan. So, it turns out you have a dragonfolk helping you. Prince Tian could see the level of Long Chen's cultivation base. 5th Division Life Seizing. You're a bit weak, But with my guidance, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I've always wanted to see what it's like to fly on a dragon. Who would have thought that I'd be able to do it today? Get the hell out of here, boy. Leave the dragon folk behind, and I'll spare your life. His voice was so loud and clear that everyone in the area heard him. What an unlucky fellow. Prince Tian has his eye on something, and I'm afraid he won't be able to keep it. Someone nearby laughed. Well, he's pretty strong. I thought the dragon folk were extinct. Who would have thought that there were still some alive? Someone else said. Prince Tian is already incredibly strong. If he gets that golden dragon, doesn't that mean he'll become one of those legendary dragon riders? A martial artist working with a giant dragon, this is something that only happened in ancient times. The combination of the two's combat power will be even more terrifying. Boss Lei was extremely envious. If I knew that kid was from the dragon race, I would have made a move first. Sigh. Hee, you want me to scram? Was Prince Tian that amazing? I've even killed people from the Eternal Palace. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Since there was no way to avoid it, he might as well give up on any fear and fight. It was impossible for him to abandon his brothers and escape, even if he had to die. Longchen, you stay in the beast ring first. I will look for an opportunity to escape. Right now, we are not strong enough. Don't talk back to me. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Longchen. Longchen hesitated for a moment before entering the beast ring. He was very clear that even if he and Ling Xiao worked together, they would not be a match for Prince Tian. Not to mention that Prince Tian had so many female slaves. As for his boss, Ling Xiao, he had many ways to escape. He was willing to leave his fate in the hands of Ling Xiao. Meiying, you should leave too. This is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you. After keeping Longchen, Ling Xiao looked at Meiying and said, When it's time to leave, I will naturally leave. But clearly, it's not the time to leave now. Since I've decided to form an alliance with you guys, I will not betray my allies. Meiying shook her head. I did not trust you wrongly. But the opponent is too strong. There's no point in staying. Ling Xiao sighed. Are you guys done talking? Prince Tian's voice suddenly turned cold. Since Ling Xiao dared to keep Longchen in the beast ring right in front of him, that meant that Ling Xiao had rejected him in front of everyone. He did not give him any face at all. Shut up! If you don't want to listen, then scram. Speaking of which, Prince Tian is just a stray dog. If you have the ability, then go find trouble with the Heavenly King sect. What kind of ability is it to bully us weaklings? Since they had already decided to shed all pretenses, Ling Xiao would not have anything good to say. He wanted to enrage the other party. Only by enraging the other party would he have a chance to escape. That kid is crazy. His brain must have gone haywire. Yes, does he not know who he is facing? How dare he speak like that? Whether it was Prince Tian's subordinates, or the cultivators hiding in the dark, they all had the same thought. Being targeted by Prince Tian as soon as he stepped into the immemorial divine tomb, Ling Xiao was really tragic and unlucky. They did not have any sympathy. There was no need for sympathy in the immemorial divine tomb. They could only gloat. Only regret. They regretted that they did not make a move on Ling Xiao before Prince Tian. To be honest, Prince Tian was the leader of the Heavenly Dynasty, one of the four major forces. Even people from Soul Palace, Myriad Kingdom, and Avenging Alliance would have to give him some face if they met him. They would not deliberately provoke him. Ling Xiao seemed to be very insignificant in front of him, simply not worth mentioning. However, this was the immemorial divine tomb, a place where even an ant could become a dinosaur. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Not to mention a mere Prince Tian, even the king of sovereigns of the profound world would not dare to fear him. He would not feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he acknowledged the huge gap in strength, but wanting him to submit? Not a chance. What did you just say? Prince Tian thought that he had heard wrongly. Ling Xiao dared to scold him and ask him to scram? No wonder this kid dared to kill General Yulan. He really did not know what death was. I said, shut up. Do you think the immemorial divine tomb is your home? Do you think that others will do whatever you ask them to do? To tell you the truth, don't provoke me. Otherwise, this immemorial divine tomb will be your grave. Ling Xiao continued to provoke Prince Tian. He did not believe that the other party would not be angry. He did not believe that the other party would not make a move. As long as the other party made a move, there would definitely be a flaw. Once there was a flaw, things would be easier. Since you want to die, this prince will fulfill your wish. After killing you, the dragon race will be mine. Prince Tian sneered and pointed his finger. A terrifying sword light flew out from his fingertip. It was so fast that even Ling Xiao could not see it clearly. However, he still managed to avoid it. He did not rely on his speed to avoid it. Instead, he relied on his Tai Chi to predict the direction of the other party's attack. Otherwise, with his speed, he would not be able to avoid this attack. The other party was really too terrifying. Boom! The sword light hit a huge boulder that was 7 to 8 meters tall. The boulder was instantly smashed, but the sword light did not stop and continued to pierce into the distance. About 1,000 miles away, a loud sound rang out. No one knew what it was that had been smashed. F***ck, if I am hit, all my defenses will be useless. Ling Xiao was all too clear. This attack from Prince Tian definitely had the ability to destroy him. There was no doubt about it. Meiying, run! He did not waste any more words. He had been waiting for this attack. Chapter 33:10. The moment anyone attacked, there would be a flaw. The only difference was the size of the flaw. Meiying hesitated for a moment before choosing to leave. If she didn't escape now, she would be dragging Ling Xiao down. As for her, no one cared about her. Prince Tian's men only wanted Ling Xiao's life. Using the sword light steps, Ling Xiao escaped into the distance. In an instant, he was already a few hundred meters away. Can you escape? Prince Tian sneered as he stretched out his finger. On his fingertip, there was a sparkling light. Explode! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted out a word. The ground where Prince Tian was standing suddenly exploded, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This was a move that Ling Xiao hadn't used for a long time, Earth Explosion. As long as one's soul force fused with the elemental energy underground, it would cause an explosion. Naturally, this explosion didn't injure Prince Tian or his subordinates. However, it interrupted Prince Tian's attack. Ling Xiao's figure was about to disappear. Pointless struggle! Prince Tian snorted. As long as the mark on Ling Xiao's body was still there, he wouldn't be able to escape from his pursuit. Furthermore, his speed was much faster than Ling Xiao's. Although Ling Xiao had already escaped 1,000 meters away, it was only a blink of an eye for him. Whoosh! In an instant, Prince Tian was already behind Ling Xiao. A cold killing intent was released from his body. Sword Qi gathered at his fingertip once again. However, at this moment, what surprised everyone was that Ling Xiao actually changed direction and flew towards Prince Tian. This scene didn't only surprise those who were secretly observing, even Prince Tian didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to take the initiative to attack. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. Therefore, Ling Xiao quickly brushed past Prince Tian. There was no attack. Ling Xiao seemed to have only touched the corner of Prince Tian's clothes. Then, he fled in the opposite direction. I told you, it's useless! Prince Tian didn't know what Ling Xiao was up to. He only knew that in the face of great power, Ling Xiao's actions were meaningless. But Ling Xiao didn't believe it. Under the most perfect control, even if the difference in strength was like heaven and earth, he could still play with a powerful opponent. Although it was impossible for him to defeat the other party. However, as long as he was touched by the other party, he would die. However, Ling Xiao wasn't trying to defeat his opponent. Instead, he was trying to pave the way for his escape. Pooh! The sword light shot out from Prince Tian's fingertips, and the distance was too close for Ling Xiao to dodge. His body was pierced through and he fell to the ground. Incarnation? There was no joy on Prince Tian's face, as he could sense that he had hit something. That was not a human body. What a boring trick! Get out here for this, Prince! Prince Tian was getting impatient. He had just killed a 4th Division life-sizer, and yet he hadn't been able to take him down in 3 moves. That was a complete loss of face for him. You think I'll get out just because you told me to? Are you an idiot? Ling Zhao's voice rang out again. At the same time as his voice, the dense flames also rang out. Ling Zhao shuttled back and forth around Prince Tian in order to release the undying bird's fire and trap Prince Tian. The flames roiled. At first, Prince Tian didn't think much of it. After all, given his strength, he didn't fear the flames at all. However, as soon as he touched the flame, he realized that something was wrong, and dodged to the side. Immortal flame! I can't believe it's immortal flame! You brat, where did you get so many strange things? Prince Tian's shock wasn't fear. Immortal flame was powerful, but in the hands of a weakling, it couldn't do him any harm. All he had to do was stomp his foot on the ground to disperse the immortal flame. No matter how powerful it was, it didn't matter if it couldn't burn him. You really are an expert, Prince Tian. You're a mighty 9th Division life-sizer, and you still can't kill me after 4 moves. Aren't you ashamed? Ling Zhao didn't seem the least bit nervous as he watched the immortal flame disperse. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Deathly Kingdom Black Poison! Bloodthirsty Plague! 2 moves were unleashed to weaken his opponent. Even Prince Tian didn't dare to underestimate the power of these deadly poisons and germs. Although Bai Xiaochun was so strong that the combination of these 2 abilities could only suppress him by 10%, it was still quite impressive. Even so, 10% was still a very rare thing. And Ling Zhao wasn't done yet. When Prince Tian realized that he had been hit, his expression turned even uglier. This was the first time he had ever been humiliated in front of his subordinates. Especially since they were all his female slaves. I'll kill you with this move! Prince Tian didn't use any more sword energy, and instead punched out. The explosive fist technique released a terrifying fist shadow that occupied the entire space in front of him. Like a meteor, they rolled toward Ling Zhao. This move is stronger than the sword energy, Prince Tian said. But it's much slower. Idiot! Ling Zhao used phoenix soars through the 9 heavens to leap hundreds of meters into the air and avoid the attack. That said, fighting with Prince Tian at his current level was actually very beneficial for him. Although he hadn't been hit by the attack, he was still able to unleash the full potential of his body. In just a few moves, his cultivation base was already at 30%. Although fighting with a powerful expert was dangerous, the rewards were also great. Seeing that Ling Zhao had dodged the attack, Prince Tian laughed coldly, and 2 beams of white light shot out from his eyes. This move was too sudden. There was no way Ling Zhao could dodge it at all. He was hit squarely. His body was completely pierced through, and all of his defenses were useless. Thankfully, Prince Tian had attacked in a hurry, and hadn't had time to take aim. Plus, Ling Zhao had dodged at the critical moment. The place where the 2 beams of white light hit wasn't a big problem. But this move gave Ling Zhao a fright. He didn't know anything about his opponent, so he couldn't prepare in advance during the battle. Anything could happen. Let's see if you're still alive! Prince Tian laughed coldly as he looked at Ling Zhao, who had fallen to the ground. He rushed over and stepped on Ling Zhao's body. But he didn't notice the cold smile on Ling Zhao's face. Bang! Prince Tian's heavy attack caused Ling Zhao to spit out blood. His entire body was caved in, and it looked like he was about to die. He was 100% sure that this time, he had hit Ling Zhao himself. Even if Ling Zhao didn't die, he would only have a trace of life left. Then, he bent down and picked up the beast's ring on Ling Zhao's broken finger. But at this moment, Mei Ying had returned. Mei Ying, who had already escaped, suddenly turned into a cold shadow and stabbed towards Prince Tian. Prince Tian snorted coldly, and without looking, he turned around and punched. However, at the moment when he was about to attack, Yi Zichen suddenly stopped. Ling Zhao, who should have been on the verge of death, had actually exploded with a shocking attack, completely unharmed. Chapter 33:11. As soon as Ling Xiao unleashed his attack, everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Everyone wondered if they were seeing things. Ling Xiao should have been seriously injured, but instead, he seemed completely fine. Furthermore, he was unleashing a terrifying attack. Was this really happening? No one could answer their question. Ling Xiao was using his most powerful attack, the Paragon of Flames Heaven Blaze Sword Incantation. Although the sword incantation consumed a lot of energy, it was still very powerful. And yet Ling Xiao knew that this was the only move he could use to injure Imperial Prince Tian. Although it still wouldn't be enough to kill him, it would give him the perfect opportunity to escape. Rumble! Blazing flames appeared behind Ling Xiao's western domain map of the God of the Tombs. Then, the flames transformed into an enormous sword, which shot toward Imperial Prince Tian's back with unstoppable speed. Paragon of Flames Heaven Blaze Sword Incantation. Prepare to die! This was a furious attack from Ling Xiao. A strike filled with hatred. If it weren't for life reversal, Imperial Prince Tian definitely wouldn't have survived. Therefore, he had used up almost all of his true energy to unleash this attack. Then, he tossed a full recovery pill into his mouth. Even if Imperial Prince Tian were more powerful than he would still be completely shocked. His attention was completely focused on Mei Ying. As for himself, he was too close to Ling Xiao. At such a short distance, no matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. He didn't even have time to react. The terrifying sword of flame had already stabbed into him. Ling Xiao had poured all of his true energy into this attack, as well as the terrifying power of his deviant flame. Not even Imperial Prince Tian could do that. Not even a 9th Division life-sizer. There was no way Imperial Prince Tian would come out unscathed. None of the onlookers could ever have guessed that a 4th Division life-sizer could unleash such a terrifying attack. Even a 6th Division life-sizer wouldn't have been able to withstand a blow like that. It was simply too terrifying. Imperial Prince Tian isn't going to be killed, is he? Many of the onlookers stared in disbelief at the enormous sword of flame that had stabbed into Imperial Prince Tian. How could that kid unleash such a terrifying attack? It's impossible with his cultivation. Could it be related to his martial arts? Boss Lei frowned and said, "It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. That must be a martial technique at the peak of the general level. No, it might even be a king-level martial skill. Are you kidding me? How could Trash from the 8 Immortals Kingdom possibly cultivate a royal-class martial skill when he's only in the 4th Division of life seizing? First, it was the dragon race. Then, it was the immortal flame. Now, it was a king-grade martial technique." Ling Xiao shocked all the cultivators present. In addition to the shock, greed began to grow crazily. Regardless of whether it was the dragon race or the king stage martial skill, they were both things that they desperately pursued. "If that brat doesn't die, we must get those things." The people hiding in the dark had firmly engraved Ling Xiao's appearance in their minds. Although they knew very well that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to escape the pursuit of the myriad land martial artists. But even if there was a sliver of a chance, they didn't want to let it go. After all, Ling Xiao's treasures were simply too tempting for them. Prince Tian's handmaidens didn't seem to be worried at all. Although a king-grade martial skill was powerful, the person who used it was only a 4th Division life-sizer. They refused to believe that Prince Tian couldn't defend against such an attack. And yet, as soon as the attack was unleashed, their faces flickered with shock. The power of the attack was beyond their imagination. It didn't seem like the attack of a 4th Division life-sizer at all, but more like the attack of a 6th Division life-sizer. It was more than enough to injure Prince Tian. "Hurry up and save Prince Tian!" With a squeal, Long Mei pounced towards Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao had already grabbed Mei Ying's hand and unleashed the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Although Prince Tian's handmaidens weren't weak, in terms of speed, they couldn't compare. It was basically impossible to catch up to Ling Xiao, who had used the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique. And that was exactly what Ling Xiao had been waiting for. Injure Prince Tian, and then flee. Time detonation! Even as he fled, Ling Xiao didn't forget to unleash his final attack. Prince Tian, who was already injured to begin with, had a powerful explosion. The few maids who had rushed over were all sent flying. 3 of the handmaidens, who were only 6th Division Life Seizers, were instantly killed. The rest of the handmaidens were also battered and exhausted. Although they weren't seriously injured, they didn't look very good. Some of the crafty people who had been watching from the shadows had already taken advantage of the situation to flee. They knew Prince Tian's temper all too well. After being seen in such a sorry state, wouldn't he just kill them? Boss Lei and his men fled as well. And the truth was, they were right. In a fit of rage, Prince Tian killed all of the remaining people hiding in the dark, not leaving a single one alive. "I'm going to kill you, you piece of shit! I'm going to kill you!" A sword wound could be seen on Prince Tian's body, as well as burn marks. Although they weren't serious, they were still burning. Clearly they were. He was the leader of the Celestial Dynasty, and yet, he had been injured by a puny 4th Division life-sizer. It was a complete disgrace. "None of you are allowed to speak of what happened here, or die," Prince Tian said, looking coldly at his subordinates. "Listen up, Prince Tian, you little doggy. I'll definitely get my revenge one day. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as being in a sorry state. If I don't kill you, I'm not human. And all of you scum from the myriad kingdoms will follow you in your misfortune." It was at this point that a voice echoed through the air. Prince Tian didn't want to lose face, but Ling Xiao wanted to humiliate him. Prince Tian couldn't do anything to stop the voice. After all, it was a voice formed by the sole power of the wind. All he could do was listen, but there was nothing he could do. Ling Xiao had already decided that he needed to break through to the level where he could kill Prince Tian as quickly as possible. In order to kill Prince Tian, he needed to be at least in the 8th Division of life seizing. After all, Prince Tian was no ordinary martial artist. He was a genius, far stronger than most 9th Division life seizers. If he wanted to defeat him, Ling Xiao would have to work hard. Although he had toyed with Prince Tian for a bit, and then escaped unscathed, it had been quite impressive. But Ling Xiao knew full well that he had just been venting his frustrations. If he wanted to live with dignity, he would have to defeat Prince Tian. If he hadn't used life reversal today, he would have been dead for sure. Most likely, Long Chun and Mei Ying would have died as well. No, to be exact, it wasn't Mei Ying. It was Cold Plum. From the moment Mei Ying had attacked Prince Tian, Ling Xiao had been certain that she was Cold Plum. Although he wasn't sure how she had gotten her hands on the God Devil Medallion, he knew that Cold Plum was in a very bad situation. Although Prince Tian's attack hadn't hit a vital point, it was still very dangerous. Chapter 33:12. Ling Xiao could only temporarily arrange for the unconscious Cold Plum to recuperate in the Mountain River realm. This was to maintain her life, but there was no way to truly wake her up for the time being. "You don't have to worry too much. Master will properly research a treatment method. Your mission is to cultivate well. It will definitely come in handy," the Yuan Venerate reminded Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, Master. I know very well that treating Cold Plum's injuries will definitely require extremely precious herbs. The more precious the herbs are, the harder it is to obtain them. Fortunately, this is the immemorial divine tomb, so there should be plenty of herbs. I will only be able to obtain better herbs if I become stronger. I won't be discouraged at this time." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Since Cold Plum's life wasn't in danger for the time being, he didn't have to worry too much. His master was the best alchemist in the mystic world. He would definitely be able to find a way to treat Cold Plum. Prince Tian's arrogant face had already been firmly etched in his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't let that face continue to smile. Since he had dared to provoke him, he would return the favor 10-fold, 100-fold, and torture him to death. "Your Highness, should we get someone to search for him?" Longmaid asked. Wait a moment. Let this prince search for his location first. Prince Tian closed his eyes and released his spirit power to search for the spiritual imprint on Ling Xiao's body. However, he frowned a moment later. Nothing? Why can't I find him? Of course, he didn't know that Ling Xiao hadn't been aware that he had a spiritual imprint on his body, which was why he had been found. However, now that he knew, given Ling Xiao's spirit power, it wouldn't be difficult for him to remove the spiritual imprint. Forget it. Since you can't find him, then forget it. He's just a small piece of trash who will fall into our hands sooner or later. He still wants to seek revenge from this prince? That's great. This prince wants to see how that flea will seek revenge. He won't be able to surpass this prince even if I give him 100 or 1,000 years. Right now, it was more important to look for treasures. Long Mayor informed the people of the Ice Dynasty and Fire Dynasty to prioritize finding the Imperial Mausoleum, especially the Heavenly Sword Imperial Mausoleum of the 8 Great Imperial Mausoleums. That place has the thing this prince wants the most. This subordinate understands. Upon receiving the order, Long Mayor closed her eyes as a strange martial soul appeared behind her. The martial soul looked like a huge head with 2 antennae on it, like an antenna. A moment later, she opened her eyes and said, Your Highness, I've already explained everything clearly. All right, then let's start moving. It's not worth wasting time chasing after a flea. The other 3 forces are our true opponents. With a wave of his hand, a set of clothes flew out from his storage ring and he changed into them. His disheveled appearance also reverted back to normal. Then, the dragon throne flew into the air and flew into the distance. After he left, many martial artists who were hiding far away finally dared to show themselves. That brat is called Ling Xiao, right? He's crazy. He actually wants to fight against Prince Tian? But to be honest, his performance today is already very good. He actually managed to escape from Prince Tian. This is really surprising. Hee, isn't that a good thing? If Prince Tian doesn't want to eat meat, we'll eat it. But he's not weak. So what if he's not weak? In the end, he's just an ant. I don't know what kind of treasure he used to successfully escape. Aren't you guys jealous? Immortal fire, dragon race, king-level martial skill, and a fine-grade emperor artifact treasure sword. That's right, it must be. That brat must have used a treasure. If you guys don't chase, I'll go. Everyone had their own thoughts. Some chose to continue searching for treasures. Some coveted the things on Ling Xiao's body and chased after Ling Xiao. However, everyone had a common point of view. Ling Xiao was not weak, but trying to make an enemy out of Prince Tian was purely a joke. It was a joke that would soon spread throughout the primeval god necropolis, and would become the talk of the town. In the eyes of these people, Ling Xiao was nothing more than a clown who didn't know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. After all, the Celestial Dynasty was one of the 4 most powerful organizations in the Western Domain. Prince Tian was the leader of the Celestial Dynasty. He was the leader of billions of people. How dare a nobody like him challenge him? If he wasn't a clown, then what was? He was nothing more than a joke. Whether it was in terms of status or power, the 2 of them weren't even on the same level. One was a 9th stage life-sizer, the other was a 4th stage life-sizer. Ordinary martial artists would need hundreds of years to catch up. And that was under the assumption that Prince Tian's power was stagnant. Considering how talented Prince Tian was, how could he possibly be stuck in the primeval god necropolis? Most likely, Ling Xiao would never be able to catch up to him. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't think it was a joke. If anyone knew how fast Ling Xiao's cultivation base had risen in the past 2 or 3 months, they would know that Ling Xiao was no ordinary person. If Prince Tian truly understood Ling Xiao's aptitude and talent, he definitely would not have let this ant, who could become a giant at any time, escape. He would definitely regret it. Ling Xiao had only come to the primeval god necropolis to get stronger, so that he could pass through the forbidden death zone and reach the 4 domains to find the Moon Maiden. But now, he had another goal. And that was to kill Prince Tian. He had the strongest martial soul in the entire mystic world, the martial soul of Tyrant Heaven. He had the best talent in the mystic world, so why couldn't he do it? That was the source of his confidence. He wasn't just spouting nonsense. Sensing that Prince Tian's aura was gone, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't stop walking. He continued onward. He was sure that his attack on Prince Tian had exposed a lot of his secrets, and would have attracted a lot of attention. At this stage, it was better to stay away from those people as much as possible. If it really didn't work, then he would just kill those people. Long Chen had also been released, and the two brothers hurried on their way. Relying on the recovery pill, he had basically recovered to his peak state. For this trip to the primeval god necropolis, he had made ample preparations. Whether it was the recovery pill, heaven tribulation pill, or the spirit fruits he had obtained in the Ice Reverend's tomb, they had all been refined into pills. And he had already consumed all of them. After consuming them, the energy of the spirit fruits had fused into his cells, becoming an existence of potential. In this way, as long as his potential was stimulated, his cultivation could continue to break through. In terms of being able to store potential, other cultivators really couldn't compare to him. Long Chen, I suddenly thought of a good plan. On the way, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Boss, you don't want me to go find Prince Tian, do you? How smart was Long Chen? He instantly thought of Ling Xiao's so-called good plan. Because he was actually thinking about such a thing. The current him wouldn't be of much use following Ling Xiao. Instead, he would become a burden. Chapter 33:13. That's right. Following me will be very dangerous. Such a situation might happen again. I might be able to escape once, but I might not be able to escape a second time. But with Prince Tian, there's basically no one in the immemorial divine tomb that can harm you. Not only that, since he wants to nurture you, he'll definitely give you a lot of resources. With him, your strength will definitely increase faster than if you follow me. Ling Xiao analyzed. It's indeed a good idea, but I can't get over it psychologically. It feels like I'm betraying you, boss. Long Chen shook his head. No, if you follow him, he'll only look down on me. This way, you and I will be safer. How can that be considered betrayal? Actually, the only thing I'm worried about is that he might do something to your soul. Ling Xiao said solemnly. But it's fine. I can inject half of my soul into your soul realm to hide it. As long as he dares to use that method, I'll make him fail. At that time, you just have to pretend to obey him. Since that's the case, I'll listen to you, boss. I also feel that my current strength is too weak. With such strength, I'm already invincible in the 8 Immortals Empire. But here, I'm simply at the bottom. Actually, I already had this idea before, but I was afraid that you'd be angry, so I didn't mention it. Long Chen smiled. Actually, he had another idea in his heart. That was to become Ling Zhao's spy and infiltrate the Heavenly Emperor Empire. After all, the Heavenly Emperor Empire had more people, so the chances of finding treasures would be higher. If he went undercover, Ling Xiao would be the first to know what the Heavenly Emperor Empire found. His life had been saved by his boss several times. It was worth it to take a risk for his boss. Not to mention, this wasn't just a simple risk. There were many benefits. Let's go. I'll send you over. I'll only leave after I'm sure you're safe. Ling Xiao called out and brought Long Chen in a different direction. He used the Taiji Eye to find Prince Tian's position and sped up. Prince Tian met up with the people from the Ice and Fire Empires. His speed had slowed down a lot. It didn't take long for them to catch up. I'm right here. You go over. If the situation doesn't seem right, immediately escape. Leave the rest to me. This plan was risky, but he felt that it was worth it. Ling Xiao had already prepared the refining array stones. He gave 2 of them to Long Chen and took the rest for himself. If something went wrong, the array refining stone would be the key to escape. Who? Long Chen's appearance made the Celestial Dynasty's people become vigilant. Your Highness, Long Chen is here to seek refuge. Long Chen did not answer the person who asked the question. Instead, he shouted at Prince Tian, who was not far away. When Prince Tian saw Long Chen, he was overjoyed. However, there was still a flash of light in his eyes. Seek refuge? Where is your master? Prince Tian asked. Ling Xiao, that trash, was ambushed by other martial artists while he was escaping. I took the opportunity to slip away. When he said this, Long Chen felt very uncomfortable in his heart. However, in order for the plan to succeed, he could only slander his boss a little. Why? Wasn't he nice to you? Does he see you as a brother? Prince Tian naturally wouldn't believe Long Chen's words so easily. Brothers can't be eaten as food. His strength is too weak and he has offended you. Following him will only lead to death. And I can feel that the revival of our dragon race all depends on you, Prince Tian. If you don't abandon me, I hope you can take me in. Long Chen said. Your Highness, you can't trust this fellow so easily. The dragon race's intelligence has always been good. Long Mei reminded. Do I need you to remind me? The arrogant Prince Tian was naturally unhappy with Long Mei's words. Wasn't Long Mei treating him like a fool? However, her words did make sense. Come here. The corner of Prince Tian's mouth curled into a sneer. He naturally had a way to make this dragon his own. Yes. Long Chen walked towards Prince Tian. When he was 4 to 5 meters away, Prince Tian's eyes suddenly flickered and a strange light shot into Long Chen's eyes. As expected, it's still the same trick. Ling Xiao, who was observing in the dark, knew that this was a soul's secret technique. It was similar to his soul snatcher. It was to control Long Chen's soul and turn him into a puppet. Fortunately, he made preparations in advance. Who is your master? Prince Tian asked after a long time. Your Highness Prince Tian. Long Chen's eyes were lifeless, as if he had lost his usual vigor. It's a success. Your Highness Golden Eye is indeed magical. Long Mei said excitedly. He's lifeless now, but he'll return to normal after a period of time. Moreover, his memories will be completely changed. It doesn't matter if he came to me sincerely or not, he'll become my most loyal subordinate. Prince Tian laughed and said, It just so happens that one of the 8 great imperial tombs, the tomb of the Dragon Emperor, is most suitable for this fellow. With the Dragon Emperor and the Heavenly Sword Emperor, this prince will be the strongest dragon knight in the western region. It's a success. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Naturally, Long Chen's reaction was an act. Half of his Yuan spirit was in Long Chen's soul realm, so he was very clear about Long Chen's situation. Laugh as much as you want. When you nurture Long Chen to become incomparably strong, you'll realize that you're just an idiot being used. With a sneer, Ling Xiao quietly turned around and left. At this time, the further he was away from Long Chen, the safer Long Chen would be. Next, he could focus on increasing his strength. Whether it was in the 8 Immortals Empire or in the immemorial Divine Tomb, he must become a top-notch existence. Whoever dares to provoke him, he will destroy them. This will not change. Wrapping his clothes tightly, Ling Xiao increased his speed. With his keen sense of smell and powerful Tai Chi eye, he can definitely detect danger or opportunity at the first moment. Along the way, he found many traces of battle. There were also the corpses of cultivators and monsters. The immemorial Divine Tomb has only been open for a short time, but people have already started to die. It's really a gloomy and terrifying place. Along the way, he found many spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, which were better than the ones in the Ice Reverend's tomb. This was still the outside world. If he was in a small world, he believed that there would be more such treasures. It was a pity that these spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits had been ruined by some people. Some people who didn't know the value of these things at all didn't know the value of these things. Shaking his head helplessly, Ling Xiao continued to move forward. Suddenly, an open space appeared in front of him. However, the situation in this open space was a little strange. It was all white snow, and icebergs stood in great numbers. There was not a single plant. The whole place was white. It seems that the environment in the immemorial divine tomb is really strange. I don't know what law it is that caused the environment to be so different in such a close place. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 33:14. Even as Ling Xiao was lost in thought, his Taiji eye caught sight of a group of people off in the distance. Isn't that Big Boss Lei and the others? Ling Xiao thought, grinning. He hadn't forgotten how Big Boss Lei had looked down on him. Now was a good time to go see what was going on. Who knew, he might be able to pick up some good stuff. Besides, Fan Tuan had been nice to him, so if there was any danger, he might be able to help. Moving to a safe location, he peered through the gaps in the ice forest. The first thing he saw was a group of crystal-clear, snake-like demonlings. Ice crystal snakes? Ling Xiao knew that ice crystal snakes were generally around the 5th stage of the 1-star life-seizing level. Mutant ice crystal snakes, however, were as strong as 6th-stage life-seizers. If he ran into an ice crystal snake king, it was likely that they would be 7th-stage life-seizers. As far as he could see, there were about 30 ice crystal snakes, all of which were ordinary ice crystal snakes. There were no mutant ice crystal snake kings. However, ice crystal snakes were ice-type demonlings, and in a glacial environment, they were nearly twice as strong. The sudden appearance of so many terrifying demonic beasts really made people speechless. After all, even the sunbird from the Hegemon Sword dynasty was only in the 5th stage of the life-seizing level. The primeval god Necropolis truly was a primeval god Necropolis. Furthermore, ice crystal snakes were special. They were elemental creatures. Generally speaking, elemental creatures had much stronger life force than ordinary demonlings. Their regenerative abilities were even more shocking, especially in an environment that suited them. If they couldn't kill their opponents with a single blow, then they were virtually invincible. The ice crystal snakes had incredible defensive capabilities, and were probably no weaker than a peak general class defense type martial artist. Furthermore, they could spit out frost, which could instantly freeze a martial artist. It was very difficult to fight them. Generally speaking, if one wasn't strong enough to crush them, no martial artist would want to fight them head-on. After all, it wasn't worth it. It was none other than Big Boss Lei's group that was facing off against the ice crystal snakes. Big Boss Lei's group had a total of 20 or so people, and even the weakest of them was in the 6th stage of the life-seizing level. But even so, when faced with these 30 ice crystal snakes, he was actually crushed miserably. From the looks of it, 2 of them had already been killed. The remaining people were still holding on. Boss Lei is indeed strong. He is not afraid of fighting 3 ice crystal snakes alone. No wonder he was so arrogant before. However, the others were not as powerful. The ice crystal snake moved very quickly in the glacier, and it was very easy for it to blend in with the surrounding environment, making it impossible to guard against. Boss Lei, we can't hold on any longer. These ice crystal snakes are too strong. We should retreat. Our lives are more important. Someone shouted. Retreat my ass. This ice crystal snake's demonic beast core is very valuable. Moreover, it has an ice gall in its body. That thing is even more valuable. I've already investigated. The owner of the God and Devil token has sent many traveling merchants to the ancient divine tomb. As long as we obtain these things, we can go to him to exchange them for spirit stones and pills. This is very important for our long-term activities in the Archean Divine Tomb. Don't forget that once the door to the Divine Tomb closes, it will be half a year. During this half a year, we have to accumulate a large amount of resources. If you run now, you'll still have to die in the future. Big Boss Lei roared as he fought. Boss Lei, I can't hold on any longer. Fan Tuan shouted from the other side. Fan Tuan was in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, so he could handle 1 ice crystal snake. However, he was currently being attacked by 2 ice crystal snakes, and had no choice but to wield his saber to defend himself. Despite that, he was still in a precarious situation. You piece of trash, Big Boss Lei said. If I'd known you were such a piece of trash, I wouldn't have brought you along. Bullshit. How am I a piece of trash? I'm only in the 6th division of the life-seizing level, and I can't even handle 2 ice crystal snakes. You're a fucking 7th division life-sizer, and you can't even handle 3 ice crystal snakes. Who's the real piece of trash here? I paid so much protection money, and in the end I have to fight on my own. Have you no fucking shame? Fantuan was so angry that he couldn't help but curse as he fought. When he had first joined Big Boss Lay's group, he had felt that the more people there were, the better. If they helped each other, their chances of survival would be higher. Furthermore, he had paid enough mid-grade spirit stones as a reward. But now, Big Boss Lay was clearly capable of helping him, and yet he wasn't doing anything. It was truly infuriating. You dare to curse me? Big Boss Lay said coldly, his face flickering with anger. Suddenly, he sent 2 of the ice crystal snakes flying. As it turned out, he had been putting on an act all along. Then he sent the 3rd ice crystal snake flying with a kick. Laughing coldly, Big Boss Lay walked toward Fantuan. You piece of trash! How dare you curse me? I'll destroy you! So what if I curse you? I'll *CK your mother. Fantuan knew that he was going to die for sure. That was just how he was. Until he had a falling out, he could tolerate anything, and even lower his head to anyone. But once he did, he had nothing to worry about. What did you say? Big Boss Lay said, his face turning ashen. I said I'll *CK your mother. Fantuan repeated himself. Big Boss Lay was about to explode. Suddenly, he picked up speed and charged toward Fantuan. Fantuan really wasn't going to be easy to deal with. Just when everyone thought he was going to die, he rolled onto his back. Suddenly, he did a donkey's backflip and dove behind the 2 ice crystal snakes. The ice crystal snakes had been attacking him, but now they were attacking Big Boss Lay. Boss Lay's furious attack landed on the 2 ice crystal snakes. The 2 ice crystal snakes were instantly smashed into pieces. What the fuck? A 7th stage life-sizer is really strong. I'm not a match for him. Fantuan's face turned cold. The power of Big Boss Lay's attack was enough to send him flying. Big Boss Lay really was strong. Are you ready to die? Big Boss Lay said, looking at Fantuan with a sinister smile. Kid, you must have made a lot of money doing business. Hand over all the spirit stones you have, and I'll spare your life. Spare your mother? Do you think I'm stupid? I've already done my homework on you. You think you can trick me into giving you my spirit stones, then kill me? Not a chance. I might not be as strong as you, but I'll give it my all. Even as the words left his mouth, Fantuan steadied himself. He knew that he couldn't escape. Big Boss Lay was faster than him, and he knew that it would be better to fight to the death than to leave his back to the enemy. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. You've got guts, Big Boss Lay said. Too bad it won't do you any good. You've been influenced by that Ling Xiao brat. Sooner or later, Prince Heaven will kill him. Even if he doesn't, I'll kill him anyway. He has a lot of treasures on him. The truth was that Big Boss Lay had come looking for Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the primeval god Necropolis was too complicated, and Ling Xiao had gone looking for Prince Heaven. In the end, he lost track of him, and ended up in the nest of the ice crystal snakes. Now he had to fight. And it was going to be a tough fight. Chapter 33:15. I don't think he's going to die. Otherwise, Prince Tian would have killed him right from the start. He's a true genius. You morons can't see through him. Do you know why I recruited him from the start? I just thought he was an expert. Who would have thought that a bastard like you would look down on him? If he can hurt Prince Tian, can you? And you're calling him a piece of trash? You're the complete piece of trash. Fantuan didn't really care that he was going to die anyway. Therefore, he decided to just say whatever he wanted to say. Fine, I'll kill you first, and then I'll kill him. Big Boss Lay sneered. Suddenly, his body trembled, and the saber in his hand slashed down madly. There was no time for Fantuan to dodge, and all he could do was block with his saber. Bam! A huge boom rang out, and Fan Tuan felt his arms sinking down as his saber stabbed into the ground. Boss Lei chuckled coldly and raised his saber again, preparing to finish Fan Tuan off. Damn it, he thought. I never thought I'd die like this. What a coward! Fan Tuan was feeling very depressed. Although he was much stronger than other martial artists in the same level, he still couldn't fight someone above his level. Furthermore, Boss Lei was an expert in the 7th division of life seizing, so there was nothing Yang Qi could do about him. They were both saber users, but Boss Lei's saber technique was heavy and powerful. Yang Qi, on the other hand, was slick and slippery. His saber technique was unpredictable, and if he fought force with force, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Closing his eyes, Yang Qi prepared to detonate his meridians. Even if he died, he couldn't let Boss Lei off easy. That was his simple plan. However, it was in that very moment that a terrifying force appeared next to Fan Tuan. Not only did it prevent Fan Tuan from detonating, it also slammed into Boss Lei's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Who's there? Both Fan Tuan and Boss Lei asked. Was this newcomer friend or foe? Both of them were very nervous. Then, they turned to look at the newcomer. It was a young man in a green robe, with long, flowing black hair. He was taller than most youths, and although he wasn't particularly muscular, he was very well proportioned. It's you! Both Fan Tuan and Boss Lei recognized him. That was because this person had left too deep of an impression on them. Apart from this young man, there was no one else who could injure Prince Tian and escape. However, they were also very confused. Wasn't this Ling Xiao only in the 4th division of life seizing? To be able to send Boss Lei flying with a kick, even though this sneak attack was unexpected, it still proved how powerful his attack was. That's right, it's me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled at Fan Tuan and said, Brother, you seem to have joined a mediocre group. Boss Lei also recognized Ling Xiao, and his brows were tightly knitted together. He was not in a hurry to counterattack because Ling Xiao's kick still hurt him. At this moment, 4 ice crystal snakes had already pounced on Ling Xiao, who had suddenly appeared. It was as if they felt that this person who had suddenly appeared was the strongest among them all. This was the case for the ice crystal snake. They could determine the strength of their enemies, and then use their advantage in numbers to take out the strongest one. That would make the rest of the fight much easier. Boss Lei wanted to see exactly how strong Ling Xiao was. Although 4 ice crystal snakes weren't a threat to him, they were still quite intimidating. Furthermore, how could a 4th division life-sizer deal with an ice crystal snake? And 4 of them at that. It was almost impossible. Of course, what he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was invincible in the 4th division of life seizing. When he transformed into a beast soul, he had the battle prowess of a 5th division life-sizer. And when he transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat, he had the battle prowess of a 6th division life-sizer. Therefore, to him, these ice crystal snakes weren't much of a threat. The 4 ice crystal snakes were extremely ferocious. When Fan Tuan saw them, he hurriedly stood back to back with Ling Xiao, ready to help. Brother, Fan Tuan said, I really have to thank you for saving my life. These ice crystal snakes aren't easy to deal with. Why don't you deal with 2 of them, and I'll deal with these 2? Let's work together. Truth be told, he could handle 2 ice crystal snakes. The only reason he had asked Boss Lei for help was to see how he would react. If he ended up in a dangerous situation, and Boss Lei refused to help him, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, it was better to figure out what to do first. There's no need for that. Brother, you stay off to the side and make sure the other ice crystal snakes don't get close. Also, keep an eye on Boss Lei. I'll deal with these 4 ice crystal snakes. Ling Xiao gave Fan Tuan a push. The force was neither too strong nor too weak, and it just happened to push Fan Tuan out of the battle. Fan Tuan wanted to turn around and help, but it was too late. The 4 ice crystal snakes were now closing in on Ling Xiao from 4 different directions. They were only about 3 meters away. Ordinary beast soul transformations should be fine. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he entered his Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation mode. This was the home turf of the Frost Wyrm, so it was only natural for him to use the transformation. After transforming, Ling Xiao's entire body seemed to be covered with a layer of armor made from the bones of the Frost Wyrm. He looked majestic. After transforming, Ling Xiao released the majestic aura of the Dragon Clan. However, this little bit of dragon aura had no effect on the ice crystal snakes. Moreover, there were 4 of them and Ling Xiao was only one person. They did not believe that this human could be their match. Chi! 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 A total of 4 sounds were heard almost at the same time. 4 streams of icy aura rushed towards Ling Xiao, intending to freeze Ling Xiao entirely. Brother, be careful. That guy's icy aura is terrifying. Once you are frozen, you can only wait for death. As soon as Fan Tuan finished his words, he was dumbfounded. Because what happened next was something he had never expected. Not only did Ling Xiao not dodge, he even opened his mouth and sucked the icy aura into his body. Then, he opened his mouth again. Frigid Ice Dragon Breath! The terrifying frigid ice dragon breath was unleashed, and the 4 ice crystal snakes couldn't stand up to it. Frozen solid, they began to fall to the ground. Of course, it only lasted for a moment. After all, ice crystal snakes were ice-type demonlings, and had strong resistance to ice. However, Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to deal with them. After using the frigid ice dragon breath, he lashed out with his dragon tail. It circled around Yangqi, and then hit the 4 ice crystal snakes. The frozen snakes didn't even have a chance to break free from the ice before they were smashed to pieces. Ice galls and demonling cores fell to the ground. What's going on? Fan Tuan wasn't the only one who was flabbergasted. Everyone else was completely flabbergasted. Ling Xiao was a 4th stratum life-sizer, and yet, he had killed 4 ice crystal snakes as if they were toys. He was so freaking strong that they couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even the weakest of them was in the 6th stratum of life seizing, and yet, killing 1 ice crystal snake had been so difficult. Chapter 33:16. Everyone was shocked at how strong Ling Xiao was. From the beginning of the fight to the end, Ling Xiao had only used 2 moves. Freak! Boss Lei's eyes grew darker and darker. Ling Xiao's cultivation base hadn't improved. He was sure of that. Could it be that the kid's battle prowess had always been this terrifying? Boss Lei really had misjudged him. No. I can't make him my enemy for now. He has too many secrets, including the Dragofolk, Immortal Flame, and King-class martial skills. If I fight him head-on, I'll end up with both sides getting hurt. I might as well keep him by my side and keep an eye on him. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Boss Lei came up with an idea. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was incredible, and he hadn't even used the king-class martial skill he had used against Prince Tian. If he did, he would be in trouble. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill him and take his treasures, he had to find a good opportunity to do so. Keeping Ling Xiao by his side was obviously the best choice. That way, he would have the advantage of being in a favorable position. Why don't we stay and fight, little brother? Boss Lei asked. If we work together, we might be able to get into more dangerous places, and get more benefits. After all, Ling Xiao and Boss Lei had already killed 9 of the ice snakes. Because of that, the number of ice snakes had dwindled. Their team became more relaxed. Boss Lei did not join the battle again. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "All right," Ling Xiao said, smiling. "Ha! Great! Let's get rid of these ice snakes together." Boss Lei laughed coldly. As long as Ling Xiao stayed, he would have a chance to make his move. Little did he know that Ling Xiao's goal was the same as his. Ling Xiao wasn't confident in being able to beat Boss Lei. Therefore, he had to find an opportunity to use Boss Lei's battle prowess. After all, Boss Lei was a 7th level life-sizer. If they encountered any danger, they would need his help. However, he didn't immediately join the fight. Instead, he walked over to Fan Tuan and said, Are you going to stay? If you stay, I'll stay. But I have to warn you that Boss Lei isn't a good person. He took the money and didn't do anything. Fan Tuan warned him. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Fan Tuan was a sentimental person. Since Ling Xiao had saved his life, he naturally had nothing to say to Ling Xiao. It was precisely because of this that he had to tell Ling Xiao these things. He's not a good person, and I'm not someone to be trifled with. You don't have to worry about that. I joined your group purely because I know too little information. Take this Archean Divine Tomb for example. These two places are clearly connected, but one side is lush with vegetation, and the other side has become an iceberg and snowfield. What is the reason for this? Ling Xiao released the golden phoenix incarnation and cleaned up the ice crystal snakes in the surroundings while he chatted with Fan Tuan. Oh, that's simple. I've done my research. The ancient divine tomb is actually made up of 10 different terrains. These 10 terrains were also known as the 10 districts. These 10 zones were divided into Natural Zone, Glacier Zone, Raging Flame Zone, Ferocious Beast Zone, and so on. We were in the natural area just now, and this is the glacier area. And each area has a city. The city in the glacier area is called Ice City. I heard from Boss Lei that Ice City belongs to the owner of the God and Devil Order. There are a lot of supplies there. We are planning to kill these ice crystal snakes, and then go to that place. Fan Tuan spoke in detail, but some of the information was just hearsay. He didn't know if it was accurate or not. After listening to Fan Tuan's words, Ling Xiao was even more determined to follow this team. He was simply blind in this place. He didn't know where to go and what to get. And Boss Lei came from Wangua, so he definitely knew more than him. What's the specific situation of Ice City? Do you know? Ling Xiao asked. This really stumped me. Although I tried my best to inquire about some information, I still couldn't find it. Fan Tuan smiled bitterly. Well, then let's go to Ice City together. Anyway, it's a long time. It's half a year. Let's understand the situation first. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of Fan Tuan. After all, Fan Tuan had never been here, and all the information he knew was hearsay. Some of it was accurate, some of it was inaccurate, and some of it was impossible to find out. By now, all of the ice crystal snakes had been killed. Boss Lei's team had lost 5 people. Originally 26 people, but now there were only 21 left. Of course, Fan Tuan had paid his way in. The others were Boss Lei's trusted subordinates. Oh! Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. The ice crystal snake that had been killed suddenly jumped up, and its body grew even larger. Strange horns grew out of its head. It's mutated. Ling Xiao was delighted, and immediately pounced on the mutated ice crystal snake. His 9-snake general beast soul couldn't keep up, and he urgently needed a new beast soul to upgrade it. Ling Xiao didn't care about ordinary ice crystal snakes, but this mutated one was a 6th level 1-star life-sizer. It was just right. Seeing Ling Xiao attack, Boss Lei didn't move. Ling Xiao was still in his Frost Wyrm Beast Soul form as he fought the Ice Crystal Snake. Clearly, this battle was going to take much longer than the previous one. Before, Ling Xiao had been able to kill 4 Ice Crystal Snakes in an instant. But the mutated Ice Crystal Snake had taken him nearly 10 minutes to finish it off. However, from the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not reveal his true strength. After killing the mutated Ice Crystal Snake, Ling Xiao took out the demon core and ice gall, then swallowed them. What are you doing, kid? The old wolf squad's rule is that all spoils of war belong to the boss. Seeing Ling Xiao eat the demon core and ice gall, Boss Lei's subordinate couldn't stand it. However, Ling Xiao ignored him and continued to do as he pleased. Within his body, the ice crystal snake's core had already begun to transform. Ling Xiao was already very familiar with the process of transforming a core into a beast soul. Moments later, the beast soul was fully formed and fused into the 9-snake general beast soul. The 9-snake general beast soul was now in the 7th division of the life-seizing level. In this way, Ling Xiao's 9-snake poison domain would be even more powerful. In his 9-snake general beast soul form, his battle prowess would also increase by a lot. Other than that, the fusion of the beast souls also increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation C by a full 10%, reaching 40%. What did you just say? All spoils of war belong to the boss. After finishing his cultivation, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the martial artist who had just questioned him. That's right. Boss Lei set the rules. No one is allowed to make an exception. Knowing that Boss Lei was backing him, the man stuck his neck out. That's the old rule, Yang Qi said coolly. Since you want me to join the squad, then the rules need to be changed. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. Don't push it, kid, the martial artist said coldly. Be careful, or I'll kill you. Don't kill me. Kill me? Why don't you try? Ling Xiao said mockingly. Chapter 33:17. Seeing that Boss Lei didn't object, the man suddenly burst forward, unleashing the full power of a 6th stratum life-sizer, hoping to kill Ling Xiao with a single blow. The only reason Boss Lei didn't try to stop him was because he wanted to see if Ling Xiao would be as strong as he was in the face of a martial artist. He wanted to test Ling Xiao's strength with his trusted aide's life. Humph, reckless fool! Venomous fangs! Ling Xiao snorted coldly, and a snake head appeared behind him and sank its fangs into the man's neck. It was so fast that the man had no time to react. The moment he was bitten, the poison began to spread through his body. In the blink of an eye, he was dead, and his body melted into pus. Are you really sincere about inviting me to join your squad, Lei Old Wolf? After killing the man, Ling Xiao looked over at Lei Old Wolf and smiled coldly. Of course I'm sincere. I just didn't have time to stop that idiot. Don't worry, brother Ling Xiao. The rest of the spoils will go to you. The rest will be divided according to the previous arrangement. What do you say? Lei Old Wolf's pupils constricted. He had no intention of getting revenge for his trusted aide. In fact, he was even more afraid of Ling Xiao now. He had killed a 6th stratum life-sizer with a single move. Wasn't this kid a bit too strong? What he didn't know was that back in the 8 Immortals Kingdom, Ling Xiao had already killed 3 6th stratum life-seizers. Now that Ling Xiao was 4 times as strong as before, his trusted aide's fighting prowess was actually weaker than Dugu Kenjing's. It was only natural that Ling Xiao could kill him. Therefore, Lei Old Wolf was very cautious about how to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew exactly what Lei Old Wolf was thinking, which was why he was being so overbearing. After all, Lei Old Wolf was confident that Boss Lei wouldn't do anything to him. That would be for the best. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf coolly. You guys go on ahead. I have some things to discuss with Fan Tuan. I'll catch up. Lei Old Wolf frowned, then his brows relaxed. After collecting the spoils of war and cremating the corpses of his teammates, he headed towards Bingqing. Crunching sounds could be heard as they stepped on the icy road. Everyone had different thoughts in their minds. Boss, that brat killed one of our men. Furthermore, he has so many treasures on him. Aren't you going to take action? Boss Lei, who was walking at the front, heard the suggestion of his confidant beside him. You saw how strong that brat was, Yang Qi said. He killed a 6th division life-sizer with a single blow. Furthermore, he had yet to use his king-level martial skill. We have to wait for an opportunity, Lei Old Wolf said coldly. That person was rather disdainful. However, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Inwardly, he thought to himself, he used poison to defeat a 6th division life-sizer, that's all. Furthermore, in my opinion, that king-tier martial skill of his must have been unleashed by some kind of magic treasure. It can only be used once in a very long time. Perhaps it could only be used once. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. He didn't understand why Lei Old Wolf was being so cautious. They had 20 brothers. If all of them attacked together, how could they not be able to kill that brat? However, he knew Lei Old Wolf's temper, so he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only endure for now. Ling Xiao, who was walking at the back, didn't need to look or hear to know what the people in front of him were muttering. They were obviously targeting him. However, he already knew that, so he didn't care. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about Bingqing. Fan Tuan, tell me everything you know about the Archean tomb of the gods. Ling Xiao said. No problem. However, most of what I know is just hearsay. It might not be true. Fan Tuan said. It's fine. Tell me everything. I'll determine if it's true or not. Ling Xiao said. All right. Let's talk about Bingqing first. Actually, there are 10 cities in the 10 districts. Each city is occupied by a god-devil king. Below the god-devil king, there are many experts. Those above the god-devil king are controlled by the owner of the god-devil token. These cities are the safest places in the Archean tomb of the gods. As long as you enter, you are not allowed to fight. If anyone fights, the god-devil king and his subordinates will definitely come out and kill them. However, to stay in these cities, you have to spend at least 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones every day. That's more than 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones in half a year. It's impossible for ordinary warriors to have so many mid-grade spirit stones to pay, so they have to leave after staying in the city for a while. If they don't have enough money, they have to suffer. The owner of the god-devil token really knows how to make money. Under such circumstances, the warriors from the western region have to kill beasts every day and exchange them for spirit stones. In exchange for a stable period of time? Ling Xiao sneered. The so-called safe zone is just a place for warriors to linger on. But then again, there are still people who have millions of mid-grade spirit stones. What if they stay in the city and don't leave? It won't work. Fan Tuan shook his head. You should know that there are only 2 ways for a warrior to leave the Archean tomb of the gods. One of them was to kill other warriors to evolve his God Fiend token. Every time you kill someone, the God Devil token will absorb their power and grow stronger. There are 9 ranks of God Devil tokens. The highest is rank 1, and the lowest is rank 9. When the God Devil token evolves to rank 1, you have to hand it over to the God Devil King, and you'll be able to leave the Archean tomb of the gods. How many people do you have to kill? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. If you want the God Devil token to rank 1, you'll have to kill at least 1,006 Stratum Life Caesars. Over 107 Stratum Life Caesars. More than 10 8th Stratum Life Caesars. Or a 9th Stratum Life Caesar. For people like us, that's an impossible task. Fan Tuan sighed. However, there is another way, and that is to complete the missions given by the city. The missions are divided into 3 categories: low, medium, and low. For low-level missions, you have to complete 10,000 of them. For medium-level missions, you have to complete 1,000. For high-level missions, you have to complete 100. Of course, these missions are also very dangerous. Even if they are low-grade missions, to martial artists of our cultivation level, acting alone is equivalent to courting death. That's why we formed an alliance. Seems like it really won't be easy. After listening to Fan Tuan's explanation, Ling Xiao had a rough idea of what to do. The city was a safe zone, but you had to pay spirit stones to stay there. On the other hand, if you could kill the God Devil King, you could take over the city. If you wanted to leave the Archean Tomb of the Gods, you had to kill someone to evolve your God Devil token. Or you could complete missions to evolve your God Devil token. For some reason, he felt like he was a slave who had to do whatever he was told to do. But that was what Ling Xiao hated the most. He didn't want to take either of those paths. Chapter 33:18. What I'm more concerned about is the people who didn't manage to leave the immemorial divine tomb. What happened to them? Did they die? Or were they captured and enslaved? Or did they become something else? Ling Xiao knew very well that the conditions for evolving the divine devil token were extremely harsh. This was something that most people couldn't do. Tens of thousands of people had entered at once, and only 10 or 20,000 had survived. However, only a few hundred had managed to leave the immemorial divine tomb. Where did the others go? Ling Xiao had many guesses, but in the end, They were only guesses and couldn't be taken seriously. He wanted to hear what Fan Tuan had to say. I can't answer this question because no one knows the answer to this question. Not even the top experts of the 9 Supremes know. Are they dead? Or alive? This is still a mystery. Fan Tuan shook his head. I think they're still alive, but in a special way. Ling Xiao had a feeling that this game created by the Divine Devil Token's owner wasn't purely for killing people. It was very likely that there was another goal. But as for what it was, he really couldn't figure it out. He could only take it one step at a time. And who was the Divine Devil Token's owner? Was there someone else controlling him from behind the scenes? These were all unsolved mysteries. From the moment Ling Xiao stepped into the immemorial Divine Tomb, he wanted to solve these mysteries. He didn't want to rely on killing people to evolve the Divine Devil Token, nor did he have any interest in carrying out any missions. Because that made him feel very uncomfortable, like he was being controlled like a toy. But now, this game had to continue. Only by clearing the game would he have the right to know the secrets behind the scenes. And this so-called secret might be very simple. Or it might just be a game created by a group of experts who had nothing better to do. And the ants of the western regions were the chess pieces of this game, providing them with entertainment. But no matter what it was, Ling Xiao wanted to know the truth. Of course, before that, the most important thing for him was to increase his strength. Right now, he couldn't even defeat Prince Tian, let alone 10 God-fiend kings. As for the Divine Devil Token's owner, he didn't even need to think about it. There were many ways to increase one's strength. Find the key materials to continue cultivating the 9 Supreme's sword technique. Constantly fight to increase one's cultivation. Looking for demonic beasts to raise the grade of their beast souls. These 3 methods were all ways for Ling Xiao to increase his strength. Naturally, he wouldn't let any of them go. Of course, there were also the treasures inherent in the Archean Divine Tomb. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized a problem. Fan Tuan, why did you enter the ancient Divine Tomb? Ling Xiao asked. Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's for the powerful ancient martial arts legacy. Fan Tuan looked at Ling Xiao and said, Don't tell me you didn't come here for these? I'm really not. I came to the immemorial Divine Tomb because I heard that this place can make warriors stronger. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. It seems like you really don't know anything about this place. Do you know why so many people still come in despite knowing that this place is extremely dangerous? It was all for those ancient mysterious inheritances. The immemorial Divine Tomb was not like this in the past. This place used to belong to one of the 4 regions. Later on, it was said that a battle between top experts had occurred, and as a result, the terrain here had changed. Countless experts had died tragically here, forming countless inheritances. Among them, the top ones are the 8 imperial mausoleums. Fan Tuan said excitedly. I can tell you that in the entire western regions, other than the Celestial Empire, which is a local force and is stronger, the other 3 forces have actually obtained their inheritances from the immemorial Divine Tomb. That's how they became incomparably strong. There's such a thing? Ling Xiao was quite surprised. If that was really the case, then the inheritances in the immemorial Divine Tomb would really have to be fought for. I heard that the 9 top experts of the 9 Supremes also left their inheritances here. How does their inheritance compare to the 8 imperial mausoleums? Ling Xiao asked. Not worth mentioning. Fan Tuan waved his hand and said, I've already told you. The establishment of the 9 Supremes, other than the Celestial Empire, relied on the inheritances of the immemorial Divine Tomb. How can the inheritances of the 9 Supremes compare to the 8 imperial mausoleums? The inheritances of any of the 8 imperial mausoleums are much stronger than the inheritances of the 9 Supremes. Kid, what do you know? Suddenly Boss Lei turned his head and scolded. Although the 9 Supremes appeared later than the 8 ancient emperors, their inheritances are the strongest. Because the 9 Supremes themselves are the 9 clones of the ancient Sword Emperor. The ancient Sword Emperor is the master of the 8 ancient emperors. Kid, you always say that you're well informed. Are you dumbfounded this time? Actually, those fellows of the 4 forces already know this secret. So when they're searching for the 8 imperial mausoleums, they're also searching for the tombs of the 9 supremes, which is the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb. When the 9 supremes combine, the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance will appear. But that's just a legend. In this world, no one has obtained 10 complete copies of the 9 supremes catalog. No one knows what the 9 supremes catalog will look like after combining into one. Compared to the illusory ancient Sword Emperor, the 8 imperial mausoleums are naturally more realistic. Fan Tuan retorted. You're not wrong, but I believe that the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance must exist. As long as we can obtain it, we'll definitely surpass the 4 forces. Boss Lei's face was filled with hope. The ancient Sword Emperor? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Could the map of the Western region's divine tombs that he obtained be the guide to the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance? No, this secret must be kept for now. I'll look for it when I'm strong enough. Otherwise, it'll become someone else's. I'm not asking for the ancient Sword Emperor's inheritance. If I can obtain one of the 8 imperial mausoleums, I'll be satisfied. Ling Xiao smiled. That's still as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The ancient emperors of the past were all existences whose strength surpassed the first reincarnation realm. No one knows exactly how strong they were. But according to the information, the identities of the 8 ancient emperors are clear. They are the Dragon Emperor, the Flame Emperor, the Ice Emperor, the Sky Sword Emperor, the Soul Emperor, the Sea God Emperor, the Linglong Empress, and the 7 Stars Battle Emperor. Actually, you should have noticed that the 9 Supremes basically have all the abilities of the 8 ancient emperors. Because the 8 ancient emperors' abilities were imparted by the ancient Sword Emperor. Therefore, the 9 clones of the ancient Sword Emperor naturally have the abilities of the 8 ancient emperors. The 8 imperial mausoleums haven't been found yet? Ling Xiao asked. How is that possible? Currently, the inheritances of the Soul Emperor, the Sea God Emperor, and the Linglong Empress have been found. They are in the hands of the Hall of Souls, the Myriad Kingdom, and the Linglong Palace respectively. Fan Tuan answered. That means there are still 5 of the 8 imperial mausoleums left? This is an opportunity. Ling Xiao was a little excited. As long as there was a way to increase his strength, he would definitely not miss it. That's right. There are still 5 that have not been found. Fan Tuan nodded and said, the inheritances of the ancient emperors that have been found have become the key to the rise of the Western region's forces. Or they might become the greatest driving force for their rise. Chapter 33:19. Fan Tuan continued. Soul Hall relied on the Soul Emperor's legacy to become one of the 4 great powers of the Western regions. Actually, the rise of the 10,000 nations was the same. But Empress Linglong's legacy is a bit special. Apparently, Linglong Palace still hasn't comprehended it. But I've heard some news as well. It seems that Linglong Palace's new disciple, Feng Fei, has something to do with Empress Linglong's legacy. Perhaps they brought him out this time to borrow the environment of the archaic divine tomb to let him accept Empress Linglong's legacy. Once he obtains that legacy, I believe Feng Fei will become an existence above all other young geniuses. Perhaps Linglong Palace can even unify the Alliance of Vengeance under their banner. Interesting. Ling Zhao's eyes twinkled with a strong desire. If he could get those top-quality legacies, he'd be very happy. Even without the ancient sword sovereign's legacy, the legacy of the 8 great ancient emperors was enough to surpass the first reincarnation realm. After fusing with it, he wouldn't be so passive when he went to the 4 regions with the beast god's legacy. Moreover, if he had enough strength, he wouldn't have sent Long Chen to spy in the Celestial Emperor dynasty. After all, although his plan succeeded, there was no guarantee that the Celestial Imperial Prince wouldn't see through it one day. Thus, the most important thing was to increase his own strength and gain the ability to protect his brothers. It's very interesting. I, Fan Tuan, don't want to live under someone else's roof and be bullied all the time. I want to get a strong legacy too. Even if it's not the 8 great ancient emperors, there's plenty of other legacies left behind from this powerful battlefield. As long as I get stronger, I'll kill that boss Lei. Ling Xiao, can you leave that fellow's life to me? Fan Tuan might be fat, but he wasn't a fat otaku. He had his own dreams and ambitions. Otherwise, why would he give up a stable life and come to the archaic divine tomb? The god-devil token wasn't bound by force. It could be given to someone else. The reason he came here was to become stronger. It was all for the sake of changing his almost unchanging life. That kind of life wasn't necessarily a blessing. He didn't want to waste his life in luxury. Alright, then let's work hard together. Ling Xiao patted Fan Tuan's shoulder, and the two of them smiled at each other. Two idiots. You're not far from death, yet you still want to obtain some kind of inheritance? Big Boss Lei laughed coldly and did not say anything else. He continued to advance in the direction of Ice City. What he needed now was an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. So before this, as long as Ling Xiao didn't do things that were too excessive, he wouldn't care. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of the old wolf team. One of them was carrying a sword on his back. It was actually a fire attribute high-quality emperor artifact. When Ling Xiao saw this, his eyes widened. Back then, for the sake of this fire-attributed sword, he had asked the people of the Eight Immortals' kingdom to help him search for it for a very long time. In the end, he had finally obtained a mortal-grade emperor artifact sword. Although it wasn't bad, its level was too low. It definitely wouldn't work against an expert. And now, someone actually had the thing he had been dreaming of. How could he not be happy? So it's the Fire Snake Brothers. I wonder why you're looking for my old wolf squad. Big Boss Lei wasn't afraid of them at all. After all, each of the Fire Snake Brothers was only in the 6th stage of life seizing. Only when the two of them worked together could they unleash the power of a 7th stage life sizer. Big Boss Lei, we're not looking for you. We're looking for him. The eldest of the Fire Snake Brothers pointed at Ling Xiao. Big Boss Lei, we hope you won't interfere. That's not going to be easy. He's my brother now. If you kill him, how am I supposed to show my face in the future? Big Boss Lei said hypocritically. 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones for you not interfering, said the younger of the Fire Snake Brothers coldly. Hey, brother Ling Xiao. What do you think we should do? Do you need our help? Big Boss Lei looked at Ling Xiao with a smile. If I asked you to kill them, would you? Ling Xiao said with a cold laugh. That's not a good idea, Big Boss Lei said. If you don't want to, then what's the point of talking? Screw off to the side and watch. How dare two 6th stage life seizers try to kill me? It's like they're here to give me weapons. A fine Emperor-class Profound Flame sword. A fine Emperor-class Snake Venom sword. Interesting. I'll take them all. Ling Xiao looked at Big Boss Lei with disdain. If he had known that guy wouldn't help, he wouldn't have counted on him. Brother, I'll help you. The Fire Snake Brothers are not easy to deal with. But if it's 2 against 2, it'll be easy. Fan Tuan was much more of a brother than Big Boss Lei. At this time, he wasn't afraid of danger and offered to help. Ling Xiao whispered into his ear. Your mission is to keep an eye on Big Boss Lei's men. I'll deal with the Fire Snake Brothers alone. He wasn't afraid of the Fire Snake Brothers. Even if it was 2 against 1, he could split his attacks. What he was worried about was Big Boss Lei's sneak attack. As long as Fan Tuan kept an eye on him, he wouldn't have to hold him back for long. He wouldn't let Big Boss Lei succeed. How could he not know what that bastard Lei Old Wolf was thinking? Alright, be careful. Fan Tuan also saw Ling Xiao's worry, so he nodded. Ling Xiao walked towards the Fire Snake Brothers and smiled. You two want the treasures on me? That's right. If you know what's good for you, hand them over obediently. Otherwise, we'll waste time. Big Boss Fire Snake said coldly. What if I don't? Ling Xiao smiled. If you don't hand them over, we'll snatch them. Big Boss Fire Snake said sternly. You guys really think too highly of yourselves. Prince Tian wanted to kill me, but he didn't succeed. With just the 2 of you. TSK. Ling Xiao shook his finger and said, If you make a move on me, you're courting death. Prince Tian underestimated you, but we won't. Big Boss Fire Snake said, Your strongest skill is only that Emperor-class skill. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak, so it won't be very powerful. As long as we block that move of yours, you won't be able to do anything. I don't need that move to deal with you guys. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, In my eyes, the two of you are just two caterpillars that are courting death. Ghost God Seal. Before Ling Xiao's voice died down, he suddenly formed a seal with both hands. A ghost god appeared in front of him, filled with a majestic and terrifying aura. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Before the other party understood him, he would use a powerful move to catch them off guard. This was Ling Xiao's strategy. At the same time that he used the ghost god seal, Ling Xiao's body had already transformed into the shadow rabbit beast soul. The shadow rabbit had inherited the essence of Ling Xiao's shadow ultimacy. In the shadow rabbit beast soul transformation, the power of the shadow ultimacy's moves would increase greatly. The ghost god seal's power would also increase. Chapter 33:20. The Ghost God Seal was a peak general class technique, and with the addition of his Shadow Rabbit form, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill 2 6th Division Life Seizers. In his Shadow Rabbit form, Ling Xiao could unleash the power of a 5th Division Life Sizer. Combined with a peak general class technique, it was only natural that he would be able to crush 6th Division Life Seizers. The ghost god brimming with the aura of death shot toward the Fire Serpent brothers, its black aura filling the air. In the blink of an eye, the two men were surrounded. What? The Fire Serpent brothers had never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually attack them. Even more shocking was the fact that Ling Xiao's attack was so terrifying. Originally, they had thought that they could unleash the power of a 7th Division Life Sizer. Although they had told themselves not to underestimate their opponent, they still couldn't help but look down on him. However, Ling Xiao's attack was swift and vicious. They didn't even have a chance to draw their swords. Boom! A terrifying boom rang out. The black ghost god pierced through the Fire Serpent brothers. In the blink of an eye, the black aura of death was like the most terrifying acid in the world, completely corroding the Fire Serpent brothers' bodies. Chunks of rotten flesh fell to the ground, transforming into pus. The stench filled the air. Clang! The 2 swords fell to the ground. Without even thinking about it, Ling Xiao put them into his ring of holding. As for the Fire Serpent brothers, they were long dead. Even their souls had ascended to heaven. This was the primeval god necropolis. Even in the Western domain, there was no place like this. If you wanted to rob someone, you would be killed. That was a matter of course. Seeing Ling Xiao kill the Fire Serpent brothers so easily caused Lightning Old Wolf's eyelids to twitch. The others were equally shocked. The Fire Serpent brothers weren't weak at all. And yet, Ling Xiao had killed them so easily. Just how strong was Ling Xiao? Lightning Old Wolf was starting to feel a bit confused. He had assumed that even if the Fire Serpent brothers weren't a match for Ling Xiao, they would at least be able to help him test out Ling Xiao's strength. That way, he would have a good idea of what to do. But now, it was as if nothing had been found. Those 2 pieces of trash had died so easily. How useless. Lei Old Wolf was still hesitating about what to do next when a warrior beside him suddenly spoke. Kid, you can take the things in Brother Hushi's storage ring, but you have to give those 2 swords to our boss. Oh? Why? Ling Xiao smiled and said, We've already agreed before. What I get is mine. You have no right to take it. Why are you suddenly changing your mind? Humph, that profound fire sword's original name was Fire Supreme Sword. The original name of the snake poison sword was Supreme Snake Sword. It was something from the Western region's tomb of the 9 Supremes. It was a waste for the Fire Serpent brothers to obtain it. You're a 4th Division Life Sizer, so it would be a huge waste for you to get something like this. It just so happens that there are quite a few of us who use swords. If you hand over those 2 swords, we can give you some protection. That person coldly snorted. Seeing this person speak, Old Wolf Lei did not stop him. This was the 2nd time he had allowed his subordinate to ask Ling Xiao for something. Last time, his subordinate had been killed by Ling Xiao. What would happen this time? This subordinate of his was a 6th-tier Qi condensation realm martial artist. He should not die so easily. Lei Old Wolf, what do you think? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf and asked coldly. The Fire Supreme Sword and the Snake Supreme Sword are not something you can have. Give them to me, and I can compensate you with some spirit stones. Lei Old Wolf thought for a while and finally decided to shed all pretense of cordiality. Because he realized that if this continued, he would only become more and more depressed. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he had more than 20 people under him. He did not believe that he could not kill this kid. Did you hear that? Hand over the Fire Supreme Sword and the Snake Supreme Sword, and we can spare your life. Lei Old Wolf's trusted subordinates also shouted at Ling Xiao. Fan Tuan looked at this scene and frowned, but did not say anything. He believed that Ling Xiao would make the best decision. Kiki, are you all idiots? Ling Xiao sneered. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Other than Lei Old Wolf, who is a bit of a threat to me, the rest of you are completely useless. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I'm not qualified. Who is qualified to come over? Let me see. Kid, it seems like you really want to do things the hard way today. You are strong, but there are so many of us. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Lei Old Wolf sneered. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, he could not be bothered to pretend anymore. Boss Lei is right. You're just a little kid who hasn't even grown out his hair. How dare you snatch things from us? That's right. Hand over the treasured swords, and you can still live. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Everyone chimed in. Obviously, they did not take Ling Xiao seriously. Sometimes, the advantage in numbers would really make martial artists forget themselves. Although it will take some effort to kill you, it's not impossible. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I think you're really tired of living, kid. Initially, Lei Laoin was indeed a little fearful of Ling Xiao, but that was all. After all, he was a 7th-level life-sizer. And among his subordinates, there were 26th-level life-seizers. Ling Xiao actually said that he had a chance of winning? Was there something wrong with his brain? Or did he not know his name after surviving the Imperial Prince's attack? Actually, it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to kill these people. However, he was in a hurry to raise his cultivation base. With so many people ganging up on him, it was a huge crisis. This way, the energy in his cultivation sea would definitely skyrocket. In that case, it would not be impossible for him to reach the 5th level of life seizing. Moreover, every 10% increase in his cultivation sea's energy would double his battle prowess. First, he would use his speed to avoid a direct confrontation with Lei Old Wolf, and then find the weaker ones to attack. Finally, he would have a showdown with Lei Old Wolf. This was his plan. Although the plan was a little dangerous, it still had a high chance of success. Moreover, the path of martial arts did not require stability. If you did, you would never be able to catch up to those geniuses of the same generation who had large amounts of cultivation resources. Cut the crap. You want my treasured sword? No way. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Old Wolf and said, All right, since you're courting death, don't blame us for being ruthless. Brothers, get your weapons and kill that kid. Lei Old Wolf was still quite cautious. He ordered his subordinates to attack, but he was not in a hurry. He probably wanted to see if Ling Xiao had an opening before attacking. Old brother Fan, just stand by and help me. Take care of as many as you can. If you can't, just protect your own life. With that, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the purple lightning bull beast soul. Then, he used quaking mountains and quaking earth. Chapter 33:21. The ground shook, and Lei Laolang and his subordinates all entered a dizzy state. Even though it was only for a moment. However, what Ling Xiao wanted was this moment of opportunity. Then, he released the 9-snake General Beast soul that he had just promoted. 9-snake poison region, dead nation black poison. A large area of black poison smoke surrounded Lei Laolang and his subordinates. Those martial artists with weaker defensive power were instantly swallowed up by the terrifying black poison and turned into black pus. Those with stronger defenses also released a large amount of true essence to suppress the Death Kingdom black poison in fear. As a result, no one could unleash their full strength. "It's not over yet, grandsons! Bloodthirsty rat plague!" After the detonation black poison, it was the bloodthirsty rat plague that tortured Lei Laolang and his subordinates to death. In the blink of an eye, 15 of the 20 people had died, leaving only 5 people who were relatively stronger. Fan Tuan, who was at the side, had no chance to intervene at all. Ling Xiao was too strong. He was dumbfounded by what he saw. This scene was simply like a dream. Lei Laolang was still slightly stronger. At this moment, he had already closed in on Ling Xiao. The broadsword in his hand slashed towards Ling Xiao's neck. Ling Xiao couldn't help but show some admiration. Under the weakening of his dead nation black poison and bloodthirsty rat plague, Lei Laolang's strength actually didn't weaken much. It seemed that Lei Laolang had probably encountered a similar situation before. Only by surviving in such a terrifying environment could he have such a strong resistance. Clang! Ling Xiao waved the Fire Supreme sword that he had just obtained to block Lei Laolang's broadsword. A raging fire bloomed from the sword. It forced Lei Laolang to retreat again. "Save me!" Suddenly, there was a horrified cry for help from afar. This voice attracted both sides of the battle, causing the battle to stop instantly. Everyone looked into the distance. The sky and the earth were all covered in white. "Oh no, it's the extreme cold blizzard! Run!" When Lei Laolang saw that, he didn't even have the thought of avenging his subordinates. He turned and fled in the opposite direction of the extreme cold blizzard. The rest of the group followed suit. Fan Tuan anxiously shouted at Ling Xiao, "Brother, let's run. If we run into that extreme cold blizzard, even if we don't die, we'll lose a layer of skin. It's one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the ancient divine tomb, and it's also one of the dangers that warriors don't want to encounter the most. You go first." Ling Xiao looked at the blizzard and transformed into his ice blast dragon beast soul. He had a feeling that the extreme cold blizzard was not an inanimate object, but something that was alive. They were like elemental creatures. That thing had indeed given him a huge amount of pressure. He even saw those fleeing cultivators being swept up by the terrifying snowstorm, then frozen into ice cubes in the air, and finally torn apart. After all, the strongest of the group was in the 7th division of life seizing. No wonder even old Wolf Lei fled in fear. "Since I have life rewind, I'll go all out." Ling Xiao thirsted for advancement, thirsted for strength. Lei Old Wolf's subordinates were too useless. They didn't give him any pressure at all. However, this extreme cold blizzard made him feel the threat of death. "Don't be stupid, brother," Fan Tuan said. "That's an extreme cold blizzard. It's different from ordinary blizzards. It's so terrifyingly cold that it can freeze an 8th division life-sizer into ice cubes in an instant. Then you can rip them to shreds." Seeing that Ling Xiao wasn't leaving, Fan Tuan grew anxious. Ling Xiao looked at him for a moment, then walked over and suddenly struck out with his palm. "Once you get out of here, stay away from Lei Old Wolf and the others. If you survive, I'll definitely help you kill them. Until we meet again." Ling Xiao's control over the strength of this palm strike was simply perfect. Fan Tuan felt himself being shoved backward, unable to stop. But at the same time, he wasn't injured. He quickly moved away from the extreme cold blizzard, only to see Ling Xiao being swallowed up by it. "Ha! I finally made it out." By now, the extreme cold blizzard was gone. Lei Old Wolf had personally seen Ling Xiao being sucked into the blizzard and then frozen into ice cubes. As for whether or not he was dead, although he didn't see it with his own eyes, how could he still be alive? After all, that was a terrifying disaster that not even 8th Division life seizers could survive. "Boss, should we go find those 2 treasured swords? They're high-quality Emperor-class treasured swords. They shouldn't have been destroyed by the extreme cold blizzard." There were 4 other people who had escaped with Lay Old Wolf. Although Ling Zhao's kingdom of death, black poison, and bloodthirsty plague had tormented them, they hadn't died. Of course. That kid deserved to die. But we have to get those 2 treasured swords. Otherwise, all those brothers he killed would have died for nothing. Lay Old Wolf nodded, then began to walk in the direction where the blizzard had disappeared. That was where Ling Xiao had been sucked into the blizzard. Just as they were about to reach it, they saw another figure approaching, calling out, "Brother Ling! Boss, it's that bastard Fan Tuan. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental person. He could have escaped, but he came back. You 2 go kill him. The other 2, come with me to find the treasured swords." Lay Old Wolf couldn't be bothered to kill Fan Tuan himself. Fan Tuan was strong for a 6th division life-sizer, but compared to a 5th division life-sizer like him, he was nothing. Right now, his most important task was to find the flame-revered sword and the snake-revered sword. Perhaps he could even find Ling Zhao's ring of holding. If he was lucky, Ling Zhao's ring of holding might even contain the cultivation method for a royal-class martial skill. The mere thought of that made him incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Fan Tuan was being intercepted by 2 6th division life-seizers. "Screw off!" Fan Tuan's eyes were bloodshot. He wasn't a good person, and liked to con people into buying his things. He was also a fatty. But despite all his flaws, there was one thing he hadn't forgotten. That was friendship. Ling Xiao had saved his life, and in the nick of time, let him escape. That was something he remembered very clearly. Even if Ling Xiao was dead, he would find the pieces of Ling Zhao's corpse, collect them piece by piece, and bring them out of the Archean tomb of the gods. Then, he would send them to Ling Zhao's hometown for burial. Roaring madly, he slashed out with his saber. The 2 martial artists blocking his path actually did not have any reaction and were chopped into 2 by this saber. They died on the spot. Fan Tuan stared in shock for a moment, then understood. Although Ling Xiao was dead, the poison was still spreading through the bodies of the 2 martial artists. Although they didn't seem to have any problems, they were beyond cure. Furthermore, he was already stronger than martial artists of the same level. It was normal for him to kill 2 people with a single move. Realizing this, Fan Tuan felt even sadder. Ling Xiao was so strong, and so talented. Why did he have to do that? He didn't understand. Chapter 33-22. At this moment, Lay Old Wolf had already noticed the situation here and couldn't help but frown. "You 2 continue searching. I'll go kill that fatty." He also realized that his subordinates probably didn't have the strength to fight against Fan Tuan now, so he could only do it himself. Lay Old Wolf quickly approached. Fan Tuan's blood-red eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. "If it weren't for you, Brother Ling wouldn't be in danger. Go to hell!" Fan Tuan knew that he wasn't a match for Lay Old Wolf, but at this moment, he couldn't calm himself down. He only knew that killing Lay Old Wolf was for himself and Ling Xiao. Therefore, Lay Old Wolf had to die. "Trash, you actually dare to attack me!" Lay Old Wolf sneered. Although he was also affected by Ling Zhao's Death Kingdom black poison and bloodthirsty rat plague, the impact wasn't great. Previously, he was at the peak of the 7th level of the life-seizing realm. After being affected, he was only at the beginning of the 7th level of the life-seizing realm. He could still crush Fan Tuan. As he spoke, he had already attacked. Although Fan Tuan's combat strength skyrocketed in his anger, the difference in strength was still too great. After more than 10 rounds, Fan Tuan's body was already covered in wounds. "It's already commendable for you to be able to reach this step. Unfortunately, it's still useless." Lay Old Wolf smiled coldly as he looked at Fan Tuan and said, "I suddenly changed my mind. If you become my dog, I can let you live. Go to hell. I don't care." Fan Tuan didn't care anymore. He, who was covered in blood, pounced crazily at Lay Old Wolf. "All right, since you don't want to be a dog, I'll fulfill your wish. Go to hell." Lay Old Wolf's saber was already brandishing. However, it stopped in the air and couldn't move. He looked up in surprise and saw a hand grabbing his saber like an iron claw, causing the saber to be unable to move at all. Ling Xiao! Impossible! I clearly saw you being swallowed by the extreme cold blizzard. Lei Old Wolf looked at the person in front of him in horror. Are you a human or a ghost? Of course I'm a human. Ling Xiao casually swung his hand, and Lei Laolang and the saber in his hand were sent flying. Then, he hurriedly took out a recovery pill and stuffed it into Fan Tuan's mouth, saying, I'm sorry, brother. I've made you suffer. You're really not dead? Fan Tuan also looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. He simply couldn't believe it. Isn't it good to be alive? Ling Xiao smiled. Good. Of course. I'm relieved that you're not dead. As Fan Tuan spoke, he let out a long breath. Thinking that Ling Xiao was dead, he was prepared to perish together with Old Wolf Lei. That's impossible. The Arctic blizzard is one of the most terrifying natural disasters in the Archean Divine Tomb. Not even an 8th Division life-sizer could do anything to you. How could you possibly be unharmed? On the other side, Lei Old Wolf still thought that he was dreaming. He got up from the ground and looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a ghost. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just because an 8th Division life-sizer couldn't do anything to me doesn't mean I couldn't. Ling Xiao chuckled. Truth be told, it had been extremely dangerous just now. Even though he was in his frost dragon form, he still felt like he was about to die in the Arctic blizzard. Thankfully, in the moment when he was about to be frozen to death, his latent potential erupted. In one fell swoop, he broke through to the 5th Division of Life Seizing. His cultivation base breakthrough brought about demonic lightning tribulation. When the demonic lightning tribulation and the Arctic blizzard collided, they cancelled each other out, giving Ling Xiao the opportunity to survive 2 terrifying disasters at the same time. Furthermore, his cultivation base was firmly in the 5th Division of Life Seizing. Of course, it was all too bizarre, and he couldn't be bothered to explain it to anyone. In any case, it was a fact that his cultivation base had broken through, and his strength had skyrocketed. Of course, Lei Old Wolf didn't know that. Kid, I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Today, you have to hand over those 2 swords. Otherwise, if you're a human, I'll tear you to pieces. If you're a ghost, I'll make sure you never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to make sure I never enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ling Xiao looked at the raging Lei Old Wolf calmly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Brother, you have to be careful. Lei Old Wolf must have some special skills to be able to get to where he is today. Fan Tuan knew that Ling Xiao was about to fight Lei Old Wolf, and he couldn't interfere in this matter. He probably couldn't. He could only tell Ling Xiao to be careful. Don't worry, Brother Fan. I've wanted to destroy this guy for a long time. The reason why I've been holding back is because I'm not confident. But now, you just have to wait and watch the show. Ling Xiao smiled at Fan Tuan, then looked back at Lei Old Wolf and said, Come, let me see how strong you are. His contemptuous actions could be said to have completely provoked Old Wolf Lei. Lei Old Wolf roared, and the image of a giant wolf appeared behind him. The wolf was completely black, and its body was incomparably huge. Its eyes were scarlet. At first glance, one could tell that it was some kind of powerful beast soul. It was definitely not to be trifled with. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain and instantly entered the Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation. In the glacier region, the most suitable Beast Soul transformation was naturally this kind of Beast Soul transformation. The armor made of ice emitted a gloomy and bloody aura. Even Fan Tuan, who was standing there, couldn't help but shiver. Are you the only one who can transform? Lei Old Wolf sneered and entered the Beast Soul transformation state as well. His body suddenly increased by more than 2 meters, and his body became even stronger. His strange eyes emitted a blood-red glow, just like a werewolf under the moonlight. My transformation can increase my strength by several times. You're no match for me. Now that things had come to this, Lei Old Wolf definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. This was a gamble. If he won, all of Ling Xiao's treasures would be his. If he lost, he could only escape in a hurry. He was still very confident in his ability to escape. In the past, Lei Old Wolf had been hunted down many times because he betrayed others. However, he was always safe and sound because of his ability to escape. Therefore, in his opinion, he was in an invincible position in today's battle. What was there to be afraid of? You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, the Ice Supreme Sword appeared in his hand while the Fire Supreme Sword was kept. In such a cold place, the Ice Supreme Sword could unleash its power even more. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be negligent when dealing with Lei Old Wolf. Apart from the Beast Soul transformation, he even took out the fine Emperor-level treasured sword. Oh? I didn't expect you to have a third fine Emperor-level treasured sword. Indeed, you have too many treasures on you. Seeing the Ice Supreme Sword, Lei Old Wolf's determination to kill Ling Xiao deepened. He didn't use the Bloodthirsty Plague or the Death Kingdom Black Poison because these methods were used by Ling Xiao when dealing with experts. With his current cultivation, he had the ability to compete with Lei Old Wolf. There was no need for so many methods. Chapter 33-23. Ling Xiao shouted coldly. His body trembled, and the ice-revered sword in his hand had already stabbed out. He didn't use any sword moves, just an ordinary attack. However, under the enhancement of the glacier area's cold, coupled with the Ice Blast Dragon Beast Soul transformation, this ordinary attack could erupt with the power of a high-level general-level martial skill. It was already close to the lethality of the Golden Dragon Seal. Wild Wolf Demon Saber! Seeing Ling Xiao rush over, Lei Old Wolf naturally didn't dare to be careless. The saber in his hand suddenly slashed down, and a whistling sound could be heard amidst the whistling sound. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if a ferocious wolf had bared its fangs and was about to bite him. The air was filled with a rain of blood and wind. Go to hell! Lei Old Wolf's saber had already landed on the ice-revered sword in Ling Xiao's hand. In his opinion, his Wild Wolf Demon Saber was a high-level general-level martial skill. Ling Xiao was only using an ordinary attack. How could he deal with it? I don't think so. Boom! A huge roar sounded, blowing away most of the snow on the ground. Ling Xiao's ice-revered sword actually blocked Lei Old Wolf's attack from above. How could this be? Lei Old Wolf's expression changed drastically. As a rogue cultivator, Lei Old Wolf didn't have a clan or sect that he could rely on. Therefore, it wasn't easy for him to cultivate to the 7th level of the life-seizing realm. He didn't have any particularly powerful martial skills. The strongest was the high-level general-level martial skill, the Wild Wolf Demon Saber. Now that even the Wild Wolf Demon Saber couldn't hurt Ling Xiao, how could he win? He was already a little scared. 7th level of the life-seizing realm? That's it. Golden Dragon Seal. The moment the ice-revered sword blocked his opponent's saber, Ling Xiao's left hand formed a seal, and a domineering golden dragon pierced through the void and slammed into Lei Old Wolf, sending him flying. However, the defensive power of the werewolf transformation was really strong. His recovery ability was also abnormal. After being hit by the golden dragon seal, Lei Old Wolf spat out blood and a few of his ribs were broken. However, this guy actually recovered in a short time. It was as if he wasn't injured. So strong, is this Brother Ling's true strength? Fan Tuan was watching the battle from the side. At first, he was still a little worried, but seeing this, he was not worried at all. The strength that Ling Xiao displayed was truly shocking. Even a 7th division life-sizer like Lightning Old Wolf was being suppressed by him. Of course, Fan Tuan didn't know. With a cultivation base in the 5th division of life-seizing, Ling Xiao didn't even need to transform to fight a 6th division life-sizer. Normally speaking, he would be able to fight 7th division life-seizers. The Frost Dragon Beast Soul transformation was an ordinary transformation, but it could suppress Lei Old Wolf with the advantage of martial techniques. The truth was that Ling Xiao had a huge advantage. The main reason was that Lightning Old Wolf, a 7th division life-sizer, was simply too weak. He didn't even have a martial arts technique at the peak of the general realm. How could he fight with him? Coupled with the effects of the bloodthirsty rat plague and the Death Kingdom's black poison, their strength had weakened significantly. They were no match for Ling Xiao. Fan Tuan didn't know this, and neither did Old Wolf Lei. The taste of blood in his mouth made Lei Old Wolf even crazier. "You seem to have broken through?" Lei Old Wolf asked viciously. "Not bad. The extreme cold blizzard didn't kill me. Instead, it allowed my cultivation to advance." "You missed the best chance to kill me, idiot," Ling Xiao mocked. "I'll kill you all the same now. Werewolf moonlight form!" As he roared, Lei Old Wolf's fur suddenly grew longer. His body was also suffused with blood-red moonlight. A pair of fangs were clearly visible in his mouth. The sharpness of its claws was comparable to that of a fine emperor weapon. He abandoned his saber and stared at Ling Xiao, preparing for the final battle. The changes in his appearance were only superficial. However, Lei Old Wolf's transformation made him several times stronger in battle. He was even more terrifying than when he transformed into an ordinary werewolf. "Little bastard, you easily blocked my attack just now. But let's see how you block this one. In my moonlight werewolf form, my advanced general-level martial technique can explode with the power of a peak general-level martial technique." "Oh!" Lei Laoang let out a wolf-like howl. Then, his body flashed, and his whole body turned into a black shadow, quickly approaching Ling Xiao. "This time you will die! Moonlight werewolf kill, demonic wolf claw!" Following Lei Laoang's furious roar, his body suddenly jumped up midway and then fell from the sky. His sharp claws shone with blood-red light as he clawed at Ling Xiao's head. "Be careful, brother Ling. No one in the 7th tier of life season can block this move. If you get hit by it, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." Fan Tuan had seen Lei Old Wolf attack like this before. This was Lei Old Wolf's trump card. He didn't use it under normal circumstances, but when he did, it was absolutely shocking. Martial artists in the same level as him wouldn't dare to block it directly. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was only in the 5th tier of life seizing. How could he block it? Fan Tuan's injuries hadn't healed yet, but he still struggled to his feet, hoping to help Ling Xiao at the critical moment. "Brother Fan, stay there and don't move." However, the moment he stood up, he heard Ling Xiao's voice. He was stunned. In such an intense battle, Ling Xiao actually knew what he was doing. Wasn't this a little too powerful? Or did this guy not take Lei Old Wolf seriously at all? Was the previous battle just a test? Equivalent to a peak general level martial technique? Haha, then I'll show you how terrifying a true peak general level martial technique is. Ling Xiao didn't plan to use a king level martial technique at all. It would be a waste to use it on Lei Old Wolf. A peak general level martial technique was enough to crush his opponent. As he spoke, the revered eye sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and then actually burned. The flame was red and white, but it wasn't hot, but cold. It was as cold as an extremely cold snowstorm. As expected, when I use the extermination divine sword with the revered eye sword, the attribute of the flame will change, but the power won't weaken. Ling Xiao was going to use the extermination divine sword. The bright white light formed a white ball of light in the sky, like a white sun. Whoosh, 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 the terrifying white flame kept expanding and burning. The revered eye sword in Ling Xiao's hand was also gathering power. Extermination divine sword! As Ling Xiao roared, the revered eye sword stabbed out. The revered eye sword, which emitted a cold white light, instantly stabbed towards Lei Old Wolf. No! No! Lei Old Wolf also realized that this terrifying sword chi contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. This power was enough to completely destroy him. Boom! His claws first touched the sword chi released by the revered eye's sword. After a moment of stalemate, the claws instantly shattered as if they were made of cardboard. After that, the eye's supreme sword easily penetrated Old Wolf Lei's defense and pierced through his body. Chapter 33-24 As soon as the hysterical scream sounded, it stopped abruptly. That was because the cold white light had already frozen Lei Laolang into an ice sculpture. From the inside out, his entire body was frozen. Ling Xiao casually took out Lei Laolang's storage ring from the ice. Then, the ice sculpture fell onto the hard frozen ground and shattered into pieces. Fan Tuan watched this scene with his mouth agape, while Lei Laolang's underling had already escaped. Seeing Ling Xiao's ability, they didn't dare to be enemies with Ling Xiao even if they were beaten to death. Not to mention them, even Lei Laolang never thought that not only would he be defeated in the end, he wouldn't even be able to use his ability to escape, and would die so muddle-headedly. He knew that Ling Xiao might know a king-rank martial skill, but he thought that it was an attack released by some kind of treasure. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to it. Only at this moment, when Ling Xiao used a peak general rank martial skill, did he suddenly understand. He was very wrong. Unfortunately, the moment he understood this, he could no longer speak or think. "Brother Ling, you're really awesome!" Fan Tuan was also very surprised. He originally thought that even if Ling Xiao could defeat Lei Laolang, he would have to expend a lot of energy. But now, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. It was too easy for Ling Xiao to kill Lei Laolang. It's a pity that I'm still too far away from Prince Tian's level. Killing Lei Laolang was delightful, but when he thought of his target being Prince Tian, Ling Xiao couldn't be happy. His strength had to continue to increase. Even if he defeated Prince Tian, there were still existences like the Soul Hall's Master, Dark Frost, and the Myriad Kingdom Dragon Mother. Not to mention the powerful Four Regions. The path of martial arts really had no limits. "Emperor! Brother Ling, your ambition is really big, but I think you should be able to do it." If it was outside the door of the Divine Tomb, Fan Tuan would never think that Ling Xiao could defeat Lei Laolang. He also wouldn't believe that he could catch up to Prince Tian's strength. But after experiencing so many things, he changed his mind. Ling Xiao could definitely become an expert on the same level as Prince Tian, or perhaps even stronger. What Tianhai tyranny, Feng Fei? What Shui Weining? What Dragon Shark? All of them were suppressed by him. Thank you for your encouragement. However, the battle just now caused too much of a commotion. Let's head to Bingqing first. Ling Xiao could not protect Fan Tuan forever, because he knew that his ability was not enough. Because of this, he had no choice but to send Longchen to Prince Tian's place to cultivate. Fan Tuan's combat prowess might not be stronger than Longchen's. If they stayed together, it would be extremely disadvantageous for him. Fan Tuan seemed to have seen through Ling Gao's worries. He smiled and said, "Brother Ling, when we reach Bingqing, we should go our separate ways. I know you have great ambitions and I want to help you. Unfortunately, my strength is too weak and I can't help you. But if you have anything you want to ask me, as long as I know, I will definitely tell you." "Thank you." Ling Xiao was very grateful for Fan Tuan's understanding. On the way to Bingqing, Fan Tuan told him everything he knew about the immemorial Divine Tomb. Previously, he had concealed some things, but this time, he did not hide anything at all. Like spilling beans from a bamboo tube, he told Ling Xiao everything without leaving out a single word. As the two spoke, they had already reached the outskirts of Bingqing. The huge ice city was completely made of ice. The guards of the ice city were all wearing thick and heavy metal armor. Their bodies were almost completely covered, only revealing a pair of eyes. Thus, it was difficult to tell whether they were humans or other races. Along the way, with Ling Xiao's help, Fan Tuan's godly devil token had already been upgraded to the 6th rank. Fan Tuan's strength was not low to begin with. With Ling Xiao's help from the side, he naturally killed many martial artists. As for Ling Xiao's own godly devil token, it had also been upgraded to the 5th rank. This was an accident. He had not planned to upgrade his token, but the other martial artists did not think so. When they saw the two of them, they attacked in a frenzy. Then they were killed, and the godly devil token was upgraded. In the beginning, upgrading the godly devil token was relatively easy. But as it progressed, it became slower and slower. That was especially true at the final stage, where it was extremely difficult to upgrade. Of course, Fan Tuan was the one who told Ling Xiao all of this. Although Fan Tuan was not very strong, he knew quite a bit. Let's get some rest in the city. You must be tired from all the killing, right? Fan Tuan breathed a sigh of relief when they reached the city gates. He had no shortage of spirit stones. As a profiteer, he had brought plenty of spirit stones just so he could stay in the city for a bit longer. All right. Ling Xiao had no shortage of mid-grade spirit stones, and he also wanted to know more about Bingqing. The more he learned, the more beneficial it would be for his future adventures. The godly Devil King guarding Bingqing is the Ice King. He should be in the 9th level of life seizing. Other than Dark Frost and Dragon Mother, I doubt anyone could defeat him alone. Fan Tuan looked at the flag floating in the air above Bingqing, then turned to Ling Xiao. If the godly Devil King is so strong, then how strong is the owner of the godly Devil Token? At the very least, he should be on the same level as Dark Frost and Dragon Mother, right? Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Originally, he had hoped to see if he could take over a city. But now, it seemed that wasn't going to happen. At the very least, not right now. Given his current strength, if he fought the godly Devil King, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. The only reason he had been able to fight Prince Tian was because Prince Tian didn't understand him, and had underestimated him. After all, not every expert would underestimate their opponent like Prince Tian did. As Ling Xiao and Fan Tuan entered Bingqing, the guards looked at them coldly, then ignored them. Scary, Yang Qi said. I heard that the weakest of the guards is in the 7th level of life seizing. Fan Tuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the guards wouldn't target them, he still couldn't help but be afraid. After all, the power of the guards was terrifying to the extreme. Ling Xiao frowned. Although Fan Tuan had told him a lot about the primeval god Necropolis, he still didn't quite understand what it meant. Shaking his head, Yang Qi decided not to think too much about it. After entering Bingqing, the two of them went their separate ways. Fan Tuan went to find some friends he knew. As for Ling Xiao, he decided to look around, especially the market. Perhaps he could find some medicinal ingredients to treat the cold plum. However, before he could get very far, he saw a figure flying in his direction. Without even thinking about it, he reached out to grab it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Fan Tuan. Fan Tuan had one of his arms severed, and was bleeding profusely. Ling Xiao was very shocked. Wasn't it forbidden to fight in the city? What's going on? Ling Xiao asked Fan Tuan. Run! It's the executioner! We can't afford to offend him! Fan Tuan shouted, holding up his severed arm. It was obvious that he was terrified and helpless. Chapter 33-25. Ling Xiao did not know what an executioner was. Just as he was about to ask, he saw two men walking towards him from afar. These two men were not warriors from the western region. Ling Xiao had a good memory. If he had met someone before, he would have an impression of them even if he could not remember their name. Obviously, he had never met these two men before. Escape? Who can escape after being targeted by us executioners? One of them was fat while the other was skinny. They were wearing the same clothes, but they were different in size. The words executioner were embroidered on the front and back of their clothes. Brother Fan, heal your wounds first. Tell me what an executioner is and why can they hurt people in the city? Ling Xiao did not know what the executioners were like. It was not appropriate for him to act rashly. Fan Tuan nodded and reattached his severed arm to the wound. Then, he took the healing pill that Ling Xiao gave him. He continued, The executioners are the subordinates of the Divine Demon King. They are here to deal with troublemakers. If a warrior from the western region dares to cause trouble, or even kill someone in the city, they will appear and punish him. The executioners can hurt and kill people in the city. Normally, they will not leave the city. So, they are almost invincible in this city. But we did not cause any trouble. What did you do just now? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. I really didn't do anything. I was just about to look for an inn to stay in when these two executioners accused me of killing in Bingqing and attacked me. I'm still confused about what happened. Fan Tuan smiled bitterly. At this moment, another man ran over. He was wearing armor and looked like a soldier. Reporting to the two executioners. That fatty has been executed. Eh? Hearing this, Ling Xiao seemed to have understood something. After all this, it was a misunderstanding. Did they recognize the wrong person? Is it not him? One of the executioners pointed at Fan Tuan and asked. Sir, you're mistaken. Although they're both fatties, that person's weight is much heavier, and his looks are also very different. The soldier smiled bitterly. I see. I made a mistake. These ants look the same. The skinny executioner glanced at Fan Tuan and said, I hate fatties. The fat executioner added, I hate fatties who are fatter than me. Get lost. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for us to apologize to you? The skinny executioner sneered. No, no, no. The two of you are so busy every day. There will always be times when you make mistakes. I can understand. Fan Tuan said hurriedly. He knew Ling Xiao's temper. If he didn't speak first, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would really annoy the two executioners. Understand my ass. The more I look at you, the more I can't see you. How could we be wrong? The skinny executioner sneered. Do you really think we are wrong? Actually, you didn't. You just stepped on a cockroach before you entered the inn. By now, its corpse should still be stuck to the bottom of your feet. The evidence is irrefutable, you can't deny it. That cockroach is my pet. Ha ha, that's right. How could we do anything wrong? We are executioners. The fat executioner laughed out loud and walked toward Fan Tuan at the same time. It was obvious that he wanted to erase his mistake completely. Fan Tuan still wanted to say something, but he was blocked by Ling Xiao. Facing the aggressive executioners, Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. Anyway, even if he swallowed the insult, the other party wouldn't let him go. He might as well use the hard way. Kid, what are you trying to do? The skinny executioner sneered. You will die if you stand up for your friend. The fat executioner added. The ones who will die are you. Apologize to my friend immediately and get lost. Then you can still keep your lives. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer the same fate as that cockroach. You won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Ling Xiao wasn't like Fan Tuan. He was very domineering. The two executioners in front of him were even weaker than Lei Laolang. How could he be afraid? Hey, he said he wants to kill us? Ha ha. The fat executioner looked at the other executioner and laughed out loud as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I heard it. This person is probably crazy. The skinny executioner said in disdain. The two of them didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. It wasn't just because of his strength. More importantly, the executioners could do anything they wanted in the city. And martial artists couldn't do anything to the executioners. Once they did, they would become wanted criminals. They wouldn't be able to enter any of the 10 cities. That guy is crazy. If he offends the executioners, we will be in trouble too. The surrounding martial artists also gathered. They were very dissatisfied with Ling Xiao's behavior. That's right. Last time, someone attacked the executioners and was killed. He even implicated the other martial artists, and they were all taught a lesson. All of them were miserable. However, their words didn't affect Ling Xiao at all. What could he do? Could he just stand there and watch Fan Tuan get killed? The problem was that the executioners might not let him go even if Fan Tuan was killed. He could only act tough. Moreover, this was in line with his character. If anyone dared to hurt his friend, he wouldn't even forgive Bing Wang, let alone the executioners. Shut up if you don't want to die. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into his shadow rabbit beast soul. A cloud of black smoke covered his body. His figure started to fade in and out of sight. His combat power also skyrocketed at that moment. You two scumbags. Go to hell. Shadow Dancer. Ling Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone. However, the two executioners didn't seem to care too much. You said it so bravely. So, you were just trying to escape. Haha, what a piece of trash. The fat executioner sneered and looked at Fan Tuan. Fatty, you really made a good friend. Shut up. Don't insult my friend. It's good that he's gone. Anyway, I can see that you guys are just looking for trouble. You guys don't care about the lives of the martial artists from the western region. Fan Tuan was afraid, but he wasn't anymore. He was going to die anyway. What was the use of being afraid? You're just stubborn. The skinny executioner sneered. None of the onlookers sympathized with Fan Tuan. They all looked at Fan Tuan with disgust. It was as if they were saying, "Since the executioners want to kill you, you should just accept your death obediently. Barrier martial spirit, release!" Suddenly, the street was surrounded by a strange barrier. The onlookers were also trapped inside. That brat is actually playing tricks on us. The fat and skinny executioners frowned. They attacked the two barriers at the same time. However, it was useless. No matter how much strength they used, they couldn't break the barrier. Find that kid and kill him. It's just a trick of invisibility. The two executioners knew that they couldn't break the barrier, so they didn't waste any more time. Instead, they released their soul power to search for Ling Zhao's location. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced through the skinny executioner's throat. Chapter 33-26. No! Impossible! How did you avoid being detected by our soul power? The skinny executioner's last words were filled with shock. After killing the skinny executioner, Ling Xiao revealed himself. Looking coldly at the fat executioner, he said, "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have control of the city? Others might not dare to touch you, but I have nothing to fear. How dare you kill an executioner? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by all 10 cities?" The fat executioner was clearly afraid. "So what? If I kill all of you, who'll know it was me?" Ling Xiao said mockingly. From the moment he had activated his martial soul, Ling Xiao had made up his mind to kill everyone who had seen what had happened. The cold eyes and ugly faces of the executioners only served to strengthen his resolve. Furthermore, the Archean tomb of the gods was a place of life and death. If he didn't kill others, others would kill him. He had seen too much on his way here. This place definitely could not be treated as a normal country. Instead, it was a game of survival and survival. "Little brother, can we talk this over? Let me go, and I promise I won't tell anyone about what happened here." When the fat executioner saw Ling Xiao kill the skinny executioner, he realized how terrifying this young man was. Therefore, he was starting to feel afraid. "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Idiot!" Ling Xiao said mockingly. "Listen up, everyone. Whoever helps me kill this kid, I'll give him a special medallion after we get out of here." Seeing that he couldn't convince Ling Xiao, the fat executioner began to shout. A special medallion was a medallion that allowed one to eat and live in the city for free. In addition, one didn't have to pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones per day. It was a very tempting thing. In a flash, everyone charged toward Ling Xiao, hoping to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. My luck isn't bad, Yan Qi thought. None of these people are in the 7th level of life seizing. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He pulled out the flame sovereign sword. After that, a strange flame shot out from the sword. A map of the divine tombs of the western regions appeared behind Ling Xiao. The fire-revered sword fused with it, and flew out again, completely turning into a blazing sword of fire. I'll let you have a taste of true fear. There were too many enemies, and using other methods to kill them would be too inefficient, so Ling Xiao planned to use Supreme Flame Blazing Sky Sword Art. A terrifying flaming sword flew out and slaughtered its way into the crowd. A raging flame storm began to form, engulfing all of the enemies. Then, miserable screams rang out one after another. Unfortunately, with the existence of the spirit formation martial spirit, it was impossible to transmit the message. In just an instant, everyone was killed. Ling Xiao felt that his true essence was almost at the bottom, and could not help but smile bitterly. Even after breaking through to the 5th division of life seizing, he still didn't have enough true energy. However, it was much stronger than before. Back when he was in the 4th division of the life seizing level, he had used the 9 Sovereign Sword incantation only once, and had run out of internal energy. If not for his pills, he would not have been able to escape from Prince Tian's pursuit. Thankfully, he had about 30% of his true essence left, which was very good. He popped a healing pill into his mouth. Then, he deactivated his spirit formation martial spirit and disappeared from the street with Fan Tuan. All that was left was a mess. Before long, someone arrived at the scene. I can't believe someone dares to act so recklessly in Bingqing. I refuse to believe that I can't find out who it is. Screen them one by one and check all the Western region martial artists who entered Bingqing. The person who had just spoken was obviously one of the executioners in Bingqing, although he was clearly stronger than the executioners. Apparently, there were different levels of executioners. Yes, sir. This is a mess. Ling Xiao and Fan Tuan were walking through the streets of Bingqing. They couldn't get out. The moment the executioners were killed, the city gates were sealed, and only people were allowed to enter, not leave. Fan Tuan looked at the chaotic streets, which were filled with people wearing armor and executioners' uniforms. He couldn't help but sigh. It's all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have killed those people. It doesn't matter. What's done is done. I can't bear to see an executioner like that. Ling Xiao wasn't nervous at all. He walked on the streets, observing the huge city. His Tai Chi told him that this city had been standing here for at least 10,000 years. It was definitely not built by the owner of the Fiend God Order. It should have existed before and was later occupied by the owner of the Fiend God Order. Brother, aren't you worried? As long as they continue to investigate, they will find us sooner or later. Fan Tuan wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery around him, and said with fear. You can't have this mentality. Anyway, no one saw what we did. We just have to pretend that we didn't do anything. Ling Xiao laughed. Sigh, it's easy for you to say. I don't have such a good mentality like you. Fan Tuan sighed. Ling Xiao was about to say something when suddenly, a loud sound came from the city gate. Rumble. Then, screams rang out. Not good, the myriad countries are attacking Bingqing. A scream came from the crowd. The soldiers and executioners of Bingqing stopped looking for the murderer and rushed toward the city gate. Let's go. We don't want to be implicated. In fact, from the moment Ling Xiao stepped into Bingqing, he had already thought about it. In these 10 cities, the strongest person was only a 9th level life-sizer. Dragon Mother of the Myriad Countries and Dark Frost of the Soul Hall were both above the reincarnation god realm. They naturally had the ability to take over the city. Even if the Celestial Dynasty and the Avenging Alliance were weaker, they could still do it. He just didn't expect the Myriad Countries to come so quickly. Dragging Fan Tuan along, Ling Xiao hid in a secluded place and began to observe this grand battle. The Myriad Countries were too strong, with Dragon Mother in the lead, and her children behind her. Among them, Dragashark was the most terrifying. The guards of Bingqing couldn't stop him at all. In the end, the Ice King guarding Bingqing came out to fight, but he was also killed by Dragon Mother in 10 moves. Bingqing had completely become the stronghold of the Myriad Countries. Listen up, Bingqing is now the stronghold of the Myriad Countries. Everyone can enter and leave freely, but we will take care of the spirit stones you pay. Everything else remains the same. The one who spoke was Dragon Mother's second son, Shui Weining. Although he wasn't the strongest of Dragon Mother's children, he showed up quite a lot. With that, the martial artists of the Myriad Countries began to take over Bingqing, while Dragon Mother, Dragashark, and a few top experts entered the Bingqing Lord's residence. Are we saved? Fan Tuan looked at the scene in shock and muttered to himself. Yeah, we're saved. Ling Xiao wasn't thinking about that, but strength. Indeed, the weak were prey to the strong. As long as you were strong enough, You could even kill the subordinates of the fiend god token's owner. He guessed that the other three forces should be occupying the cities at this time. After all, they were going to stay here for half a year. It would be more convenient to have a stronghold. Chapter 33:27. Big Brother Fan, I have to leave. Ice City is safer now, and you are a martialist from the myriad nations, so they will definitely treat you well. However, I hope to go out and seek opportunities. You won't stand a chance if you hide here. Ling Xiao stood up. Then I wish you success. Fan Tuan knew that Ling Xiao was very ambitious and he definitely wouldn't be able to stop him. Of course, Fan Tuan also hoped that Ling Xiao could become stronger. Having a friend like Luo Yunyan would make his future path much easier. Until we meet again. Ling Xiao turned around and walked out of the city. The battle had already ended, so the guards at the city gates didn't stop them from leaving. Wait a minute. This map points to a place that is second only to the 8 great imperial tombs. It is called the General's Tomb. However, I don't know if this is true. Perhaps there is more than one map. It would be best if it would be useful to you. Fan Tuan finally made the decision to hand over his most precious map to Ling Xiao. This was the inheritance that he had hoped to obtain. However, after going through so much, he still felt that it would be safer to hand it over to Ling Xiao. He might even be able to get a share of the treasures in the General's Tomb after Ling Xiao obtained them. Thank you. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. Having a map was much better than looking around aimlessly, even though this map might not be useful. The two of them parted ways. Ling Xiao left Ice City and followed the map to an ice lake. There was actually an ice mountain that had been turned into a tomb on the ice lake. The words, "Icy General's Tomb," were written on it. There really is one, but there are quite a lot of people here. Ling Xiao looked around and saw at least a few hundred martialists surrounding the ice lake. He used his Taiji eye to look at the tomb and suddenly felt a powerful force resonating with the true yuan in his body. It was a feeling that made one's heart surge. It was as if every cell in his body was jumping up and about to start practicing martial arts. Ling Xiao was almost certain that there were treasures in the tomb. Master, can you feel it? Ling Xiao asked Yuan Venerate. Of course, the map that Fan Tuan gave you is real, but it's a pity that others have also found this place. According to my past experience, the Frost General's tomb should contain the cultivation experience that will ensure his victory. And his remnant soul. As long as you can get it, your cultivation will definitely speed up a lot. Furthermore, there are many benefits that you can't even imagine. Yuan Venerate replied. I see. It seems that I have to get the treasures in the Frost General's tomb. Ling Zhao's current goal was to increase his strength. As far as he was concerned, the 9 supreme sword techniques were more than enough. What he needed now was to increase his cultivation. Based on what the Yuan Venerate had said, the items in the Icy General's tomb could greatly increase his cultivation speed. As for how much it could improve, no one knew before using it. But how could Ling Xiao let such a good thing slip away from his eyes? He began to observe the situation around him and found that most of the martial artists guarding here were Myriad Kingdom martial artists. The core martialists of the 4 great factions all had their own standard attire that was easy to recognize. The martialists of the Myriad Kingdom martial artists blocked the entrance to the ice lake, so the other martialists could only look on enviously. Everyone knew that there were good things in the Icy General's tomb, but only the 4 great factions would be able to obtain them. Damn it! Even if we find such treasures, we can only watch helplessly. I don't know who leaked the news to the people of Tato Land, but the experts of Tato Land rushed over so quickly. How unlucky! Yeah, this is really annoying. The core martialists of the 4 great factions should have gone to fight for the 8 great imperial tombs. Why did they have to fight with us for the treasures in the General's tomb? Aren't they trying to leave us with nothing? Forget it. What else do you want? It's already good enough that you can keep your life. Yeah, look at how terrifying the martialists of the Myriad Kingdom martial artists are. There are more than 20 people guarding the tomb, and almost all of them are at the 7th level of the life-seizing realm. We can only watch from the sidelines. Even so, I'm still jealous. I heard that there's memory metal in the general's tomb. If you obtain it, you can comprehend consummate techniques and improve your cultivation base. 200 years ago, the general's tomb appeared once, and the memory metal was obtained by the Myriad Kingdom martial artists. Since then, the number of experts in the Myriad Kingdom martial artists has grown like leaks. Let's just talk about this in private. If the martialists of the Myriad Kingdom martial artists heard this, even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. They just occupied Ice City and are now the overlords of the glacier region. Sigh. Ling Xiao heard all of this conversation. He didn't know much about the general's tomb. The information that Yuan Venerates had given him was also limited. Therefore, it would be good to listen in on what others were talking about. Ling Xiao estimated that the martialists in the general's tomb were probably stronger than the Dragon Mother and Dark Frost back in the day. Apart from the ancient Sword Emperor's tomb and the 8 great imperial tombs, the general's tomb was probably the best treasure. Because of this, the Myriad Kingdom martial artists guarded this place very tightly. They were probably worried that outsiders would come and fight for it. They had probably taken over Ice City in one fell swoop to prepare for the treasures in the general's tomb. Come to think of it, there weren't many people who could become the enemy of the Myriad Kingdom martial artists. Apart from the Soul Hall, the Celestial Dynasty, and the Alliance of Vengeance, no one else had that kind of power. Given Ling Xiao's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to snatch the treasures in the general's tomb by force. At the moment, the most he could do was kill 7th Division Life Caesars, but even that one was enough to drain him of all his energy. There were a total of 20 of them. Therefore, he could only use his wits and not force his way through. Fortunately, he knew array formations, so there would still be opportunities. He planned to wait here for the best opportunity before making his move. He definitely wouldn't give up the treasures in the general's tomb. This was his first opportunity to become stronger. At the same time, in the Lord's residence of Ice City, the Dragon Mother's huge body took up a quarter of the entire hall. Beside her were her 4 most outstanding children. These 4 were known as the 4 kings of the Myriad Kingdoms. The first was the Dragon Shark, who was the most talented and powerful of the 4. He was the son that the Dragon Mother was most proud of. The second was the third daughter, Koyu, who was just as talented as the Dragon Shark, although she was a bit weaker. She was the daughter that the Dragon Mother was most proud of. Supposedly, the Dragon Mother was planning to marry her daughter, Koyu, to Prince Tian of the Celestial Dynasty. She wanted to merge the Myriad Kingdoms and the Celestial Dynasty, and make them even more powerful. Prince Tian agreed as well. After the primeval god tomb was over, they would get married. The third was the 32nd daughter, Devil Eye, whose soul power was no weaker than that of the spirit folk. That was especially true of the eye on her forehead, which was extremely terrifying. The fourth was the eldest son, Mirror Devil, who had a very special martial soul that could do things that others couldn't. Chapter 33-28. The 4 kings and Dragon Mother had convened a meeting to discuss 2 things. The first was the betrothal between the Koi King and Imperial Prince Tian. The Koi King stood there like a delicate white lotus flower. Both her face and figure were of the highest quality. Especially her haughty air, which was something no ordinary person could possess. If Ling Xiao was here, he'd definitely sense some resemblance to Feng Fei. But in terms of strength and status, she was far superior to Feng Fei. Koya. Imperial Prince Tian's already headed for the Celestial Sword Tomb. If he can obtain the legacy of Celestial Sword Ancient Emperor, he'll be a second Dark Frost. You have no complaints about marrying him, right? Dragon Mother looked at the Koi King. Mother, you're too polite. The Celestial Emperor is an outstanding talent among men, and the Imperial Prince of the Celestial Dynasty. In all of the Western regions, which man is more outstanding than him? Even 4th brother and eldest brother can't compare to him. It's an honor for me to marry him. How could I have any complaints? The Koi King broke into a smile, clearly very happy. That's good. Since that's the case, then it's settled. There's also the matter of General Han's tomb. Dragon Mother continued. Coyly, this time, you and Wanning will head to the tomb to obtain the treasures. You should know, right? Although the treasures there aren't as good as those of the Imperial and Imperial tombs, they can still help martial artists gain enlightenment into the life-changing realm. That's higher than the 9th level of life-seizing, and infinitely close to the first rebirth god realm. Even for you, it'll be very useful. I've already sent experts to occupy the area, but it'll still be troublesome. Some of the Linglong Palace's people are active in the glacier region, so they'll definitely head there. As long as you guard against them, there won't be any problems. Your eldest brother, 4th brother, and 32nd sister need to go find the Imperial tomb, so we won't be able to help you. That won't be a problem, right? Mother, thank you for trusting me and giving me such an important mission. Don't worry, I'll take back the treasures in General Han's tomb very quickly. I definitely won't let the Linglong Palace succeed, the Koi King said hastily. Very good. Your mother's most outstanding daughter. You have talent and aptitude that's not inferior to anyone else's. The position of the Dragon Mother of Tato Land will only be passed down to women and not to men. In the future you will be the new Dragon Mother. Mother believes that you can handle this matter well, Dragon Mother said with a smile. The Koi King smiled. He wasn't excited by the Dragon Mother's words at all. It was not because he was unhappy, but because he was already used to it. From the moment she was born, her talent was much stronger than others. The only one who could compete with her was her 4th brother, Long Sha. However, Dragon Shark is a man, and his status in Tato Land is not as high as a woman. Therefore, there was no way he could be her competitor. This time, Mother Dragon wanted her to go with Shui Weining to obtain the treasures in the Frost General's tomb so that she could break through to the reincarnation god realm as soon as possible. Although snatching heaven and exchanging life wasn't considered a realm, it was a threshold. Every life-sizer had to go through this hurdle. If he couldn't, he would forever be stuck in the 9th division of life-seizing. Once he passed it, he would definitely be able to break through to the reincarnation divine realm. All he needed was time. King Koi was only 20 years old, and was already in the 9th division of life-seizing. This kind of strength was simply heaven-defying. Even in the Western domain, he was considered one of the most powerful. Of course, breaking through to the reincarnation god realm wasn't going to be easy. Therefore, the treasures in the Frost General's tomb were very important to her. If she could complete the snatching heaven and exchanging life, she would have a 100% chance of entering the reincarnation god realm. Many thanks for the praise, Mother. I'll get it done right away. When it came to her future, the Koi King was very enthusiastic. Even if she was going to marry Prince Tian, she didn't want to appear weak in front of him. As Mother Dragon's successor, she had to become very strong. Devil Eye, go find out where that person is. After instructing Koi King, Dragon Mother turned to Demon Eye King. The Devil Eye Queen was very petite, and looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. In fact, she was only 13 years old. Although she was only in the 8th division of life-seizing, her Devil Eye was enough to make her one of the 4 monarchs. Who could possibly be worth the Devil Eye's attention? The Koi King asked curiously. A young man named Ling Xiao, Mother Dragon replied coldly. He's the monarch of the 8 Immortals' kingdom. He killed quite a few of our people, and ruined some of our plans. Mother Dragon said coldly. I heard that this person appeared in Ice City not long ago and killed 2 executioners. He's that strong? The Koi King asked curiously. He's very special, the Devil Eye Queen said. Her eyes were closed, and only the eye on her forehead was open. According to my Devil Eye, his cultivation base isn't very strong. He's probably only in the 5th division of life-seizing. However, he has a royal-class martial skill, and even fought with Prince Tian. In fact, he injured Prince Tian, then escaped unscathed. Impossible! How could Prince Tian lose to trash like that? He's the most outstanding man in the world. The Koi King blurted. Of course Prince Tian didn't lose. the Devil-Eye Queen said. He was just injured because he underestimated his opponent. Don't worry about it. That said, Mother Dragon said coldly, the fact that he managed to escape from Prince Tian shows how terrifying he really is. We need to get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he'll become a major threat to the myriad kingdoms. Furthermore, he definitely has a royal-class martial skill. If we get the chance, we need to take it from him. Just leave it to me, Mother, the Koi King said. I'll definitely kill him and take all of his treasures back. Mother Dragon, the Koi King said coldly. As far as she was concerned, Prince Tian was the man she had chosen. Therefore, Ling Xiao couldn't possibly hurt him. And royal-class martial skills were very attractive to her. All right, the Koi King said. I'll leave this ring of holding to you. Not only does it have a lot of storage space, but it also has a lot of defensive power. It won't be damaged by attacks. You must take good care of it. There are only 3 storage rings of this level in the entire Tato land. Mother Dragon knew that the Koi King would be bringing back a lot of treasures, so she handed her ring of holding over to the Koi King. Many thanks, Mother. I know what to do. The Koi King smiled. Mom, why don't I go with third sister? I feel a little uneasy, the Mirror Devil King said. On the surface, the Mirror Devil King didn't look very different from a human. However, his martial soul was very special, and he had the blood of the sea folk in him. Although he wasn't as famous as the Dragon Shark King or the Koi King, he was still very strong. He was also in the 9th stage of the life-seizing level. All right, you two go together. After a moment of thought, Mother Dragon decided that her daughter's life was more important. Chapter 33-29. Dragon Mother was convinced that 2 9th Division Life-Seizers and 1 8th Division Life-Sizer, Shui Weining, should be enough to handle the situation. Even if the Empress of the Palace of Dazzling showed up, they wouldn't have to worry. Let's go, third sister, the Mirror Devil King said, looking at the Koi King. Eldest brother, the Koi King said, don't do anything rash. Like I said, I'll take care of things. The Koi King was very arrogant. Even if his own brother wanted to help him, he would still feel a little despised. Don't worry, the Mirror Devil King said coolly. Unless it's a dangerous situation, I won't interfere. The Mirror Devil King said coolly. Although he wasn't the most talented, as the eldest brother, he had a high position in the myriad kingdoms. His younger brothers and sisters still respected him, especially his 4th brother, the Dragon Shark King. Although his strength had already surpassed him, he still respected him very much. Perhaps that was why his other siblings didn't dare to look down on him. Ling Xiao was still observing the situation in the Frost General's tomb. Clearly, there were restrictive spells set up around the tomb. In other words, there were spell formations. Anyone who didn't understand spell formations or spell formations wouldn't be able to enter the tomb, and thus wouldn't be able to take anything. Seeing this, he couldn't help but smile. Next, he changed his appearance and body shape. When he had first acquired the Yin-Yang Devil King's power, he had assumed it wouldn't be very useful. But later, it proved to be very useful. In a critical moment, it could be used to save his own life or blend in with the enemy. He had a plan. Although the myriad kingdoms had many experts, it wouldn't be easy to break through the restrictive spells in the Frost General's tomb. However, he could open the tomb in the shortest time possible. When the time came, he would have to take a risk. He would pretend to be working for the myriad kingdoms, and then take the opportunity to steal the memory metal. It wasn't that he didn't care about the other treasures. But when it came to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger, he had no choice but to take what was most important to him. The memory metal was the key to improving his cultivation base. He had to get it. As for the other treasures, it didn't matter if the myriad kingdoms took them. One shouldn't be too greedy, otherwise they wouldn't get anything. Now that he had a plan, all that was left was to wait. He was confident that the myriad kingdoms would send experts to take the treasures in the Frost General's tomb. While he waited, he broke through the spell formations in the Frost General's tomb. This also created a convenient condition for his next plan. Before long, 3 people arrived at the same time. All 3 of them were very powerful. Ling Xiao recognized this water innumerable shadows. He was an 8th division life-sizer, and extremely arrogant. However, the other man was clearly stronger than him. The clothes that this person was wearing were very special. It was like a mirror that could reflect one's reflection. This man was already strong enough, but the young woman standing in the middle was only 20 years old. However, her aura was even more terrifying than the 2 men. Ling Xiao even felt that this woman was not inferior to Prince Tian. In the past, I heard that the other 8 masters were much stronger than the Sword Dynasty. I thought it would be good if they were stronger by 1 or 2 realms. But now, it seems that the gap is really big. Ling Xiao was secretly amazed. I know General Shui Weining, but who are those 2? I feel that they are even more terrifying than General Shui Weining. At this moment, a few warriors standing not far from Ling Xiao were also discussing who that person was. You don't know those 2 people? They're 2 of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms. The man is the Mirror Devil King, and the woman is the Koi Queen. They're the only candidates to be the future Dragon Mother. The other person seemed to be more familiar with the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms, as if he had seen them somewhere before. I can't believe 2 of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms are here. It seems the myriad kingdoms really want the treasures in General Frost's tomb. You know, General Frost's life of cultivation experience can help martial artists gain enlightenment of the heaven-seizing fate swap level. It's very important to the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms. After all, 3 of the 4 kings are at the peak of the 9th division life-seizing level. It's over. Completely over. If it was just Shui Weining, we might have a chance. But with these 2 here, all we can do is watch. Everyone was feeling very helpless. Originally, they had hoped to take advantage of the chaos to get their hands on 1 or 2 treasures. But now, it seemed that the myriad kingdoms had considered that possibility, and had sent such a powerful force. After all, the 4 kings were under Dragon Mother. For 2 of the 4 kings to come at once was no laughing matter. All they could do was watch as the myriad kingdoms' experts snatched the treasures away. After all, they were stronger than them. That said, the Koi Queen is really beautiful. Just looking at her makes my mouth water. If I could sleep with a woman like her, I'd die happy. Sure. Do you want to die? The Koi Queen is already married to Prince Tian of the Celestial Dynasty. One is the future king of the Celestial Dynasty, the other is the future Dragon Mother of the Myriad Kingdoms. If the 2 of them get together, the entire Western domain will be shaken. Either one of them can easily crush you like an ant. Heh. Just kidding. Only a chosen of heaven like Prince Tian would be good enough for a woman like the Koi Queen. Prince Tian is the most outstanding martial artist under the age of 40. No one else can compare. Yeah? Young people these days are getting more and more amazing. Ling Xiao listened very carefully to the discussions of the crowd. Oh? Prince Tian's fiancé? I wonder what kind of expression you'll have on your face if I crush him beneath my feet one day. Ling Xiao chuckled to himself. He had already prepared everything. No matter who came, his plan would not change. Even if Dragon Mother came in person, it would still be the same. With life backtrack and earth golden light technique, his escape skills were unparalleled. So he had no need to be afraid. The Koi King obviously noticed the discussions around him and seemed to be in a good mood. Koi, let's open the general's tomb first. Mirror Demon King reminded. Got it, big brother. The Koi King nodded and immediately walked towards the general's tomb with Mirror Demon King. As for Shui Weining, he could be arrogant and despotic in front of others, but in front of these 2, he was very low-key. Although he was the 2nd son of Dragon Mother, his strength was not high, and his status was not high. This time, he could only stand on the periphery and be in charge of guarding. There really is a formation. What should we do? After checking it, the Koi King frowned. Well, but with my attainments in formations, I'm afraid it will take at least a day to break this restriction. I'm afraid that a long delay will lead to trouble. Mirror Demon King also knew about formations, but his attainments were not as good as Ling Xiao's and definitely not comparable to a Yuan venerate's. Respected rulers of all kingdoms, why don't you let me try? A voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was Ling Xiao. Who are you? Who allowed you to speak? Shui Weining bellowed when he saw Ling Xiao. Second brother, let him speak. Mirror Demon King said faintly. Shui Weining, who had originally been fierce, immediately lost his temper when he heard Mirror Demon King's words. Still not going to dodge? Ling Xiao glanced at Shui Weining and said coldly. Chapter 33:30. What did you say? Shui Weining was furious that Ling Xiao dared to speak to him like that. Enough. Now is not the time to argue. Get out of the way. Just as Shui Weining was about to deal with this guy who dared to walk without lowering his head in front of him, the Koi King spoke. Shui Weining trembled. The Koi King was his sister, but this woman was exactly like his mother. She had a bad temper and an extremely bad personality. He couldn't afford to offend her. Seeing Shui Weining step aside, Ling Xiao walked over and said to the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King, My two kings, I don't have any other skills, but I do have some knowledge of formations. I can guarantee that I can solve the problem in half an hour. Are you serious? The Mirror Demon King was surprised. He needed to spend a day to solve the problem, but this guy said that he could solve it in half an hour? He didn't believe it. If I can't solve it in half an hour, you two kings can take my head. You two aren't afraid that I'll run away, right? Ling Xiao smiled. Okay, then you go and try. The Koi King spoke first. However, Ling Xiao didn't move. What's wrong? The Koi King frowned. Koi King, I'm working for you. You should at least give me some reward, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. As soon as he said that, the people around him broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of temper did the Koi King have? He actually dared to talk about reward with the Koi King. Not killing him after letting him work for free was already the greatest kindness. He's courting death. He's probably a guy who hasn't seen the world and doesn't understand the Koi King's personality. People talked to each other one after the other. The Koi King did as they said. With a light step, he appeared in front of Ling Xiao and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. If you repeat what you just said, I'll immediately break your arm. Do you believe me? Of course I believe you, but I have a bad habit. If someone treats me well, I'll help. If someone forces me to do something, I'll do it. I would rather die than do it. Since the Koi King doesn't need me, just do it. Blame me for being blind. I didn't see that you were a short-sighted villain, Ling Xiao said calmly. The surrounding people were so nervous that they almost couldn't breathe. This fellow is truly a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. I'm afraid no one can compare to him in terms of courting death. Koi, stop. Don't forget our mission. Just as the Koi King was about to attack, the Mirror Demon King stopped her and whispered in her ear. Promise him first, and then kill him afterward. He is very important now. The Koi King frowned. Although he was very unwilling to do so, considering the treasures in the Frost General's tomb, he ultimately endured it. Of course, more importantly, she felt several powerful auras coming from afar. There was no need to ask to know that the people from Linglong Palace were here. How could Linglong Palace miss out on the treasures in the General's tomb? After you succeed, other than the memory medal, you can take any of the treasures inside. The Koi King looked at Ling Xiao. That won't do, Yang Qi replied. Empty promises mean nothing to me. Ling Xiao was as calm as ever. Although he was in a very dangerous situation, if he didn't take the risk, how could he possibly get the memory medal? In this world, there was no such thing as sitting on a fishing platform. If you wanted something good, you had to work hard to get it. I give you an inch, and you want a mile, the Koi King growled. Whoosh! The people from Linglong Palace were getting closer. Fine. What do you want? Just say it. The Koi King finally relented. It's simple. Yang Qi said. You can give me any item on this list. The list Ling Xiao had given him contained all the materials he needed to cultivate the 9 Sovereigns' Sword incantation. As long as he could get one of the items, he would be satisfied. Here you go! I happen to have the demon core of a 9th stage life-sizer Ice Crystal Snake King. Hurry up and get it done. The Koi King really lived up to his name. He really did have some good stuff on him. The demon core of a 9th stage life-sizer Ice Crystal Snake King. Ling Xiao could either cultivate the revered Ice Sword incantation, or the Heaven Venomous Black Snake Sword incantation. As for which one to cultivate, he could always choose later. For now, the most important thing was to get closer to General Frigid Frost's tomb and carry out his plan. That guy isn't dead? He really did get some treasure. TCH. Do you think the Koi King won't kill him? Yeah, I'll take that for a second. Everyone was starting to sympathize with Ling Xiao. After all, he had been used, and now he was about to be killed. How pitiful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at what they were saying. After all, if he dared to stand out, then he definitely had the ability to escape. Life reversal, combined with the Earth-span golden light magic, was a heaven-defying divine ability. As long as he wanted to, he would definitely be able to escape. Ling Xiao walked over to General Frigid Frost's tomb, pretending to be unraveling the spell formation. But the truth was that he was searching for the memory metal. He had already unraveled the spell formation, and only needed one last step. Therefore, the so-called half an hour was just enough time for him to search for the memory metal. That was the only thing he wanted the most. Big bro, do you think he can do it? The Koi King asked. No problem, the Mirror replied. His movements are very professional, and he really is unraveling the spell formation. It seems like he's going a lot faster than I expected. After all, the Mirror Devil King wasn't as skilled as Ling Xiao when it came to spell formations, so he couldn't really tell what was going on. All Ling Xiao had to do was come up with a few tricks to fool the Mirror Devil King. Good. Now we can focus on dealing with those sluts from the Dazzling Palace. In response, the Koi King's anger subsided, and he prepared to vent it on the Dazzling Palace martial artists. It was at this point that a few dozen beams of white light landed. In the lead of the group were 3 9th Division Life-Seizers, followed by a group of 7th Division Life-Seizers. Of course, the 3 9th Division Life-Seizers from the Dazzling Palace were all very old. Most likely, they were elders from the Dazzling Palace. Compared to the young Koi King, they were very different. Whoosh! One of them, an old woman in white, had a ribbon in her hand that shot toward Ling Xiao, who was in the middle of unraveling the Frigid General's tomb. That was a common tactic used by the Dazzling Palace martial artists. The martial artists from the Dazzling Palace often used ribbons to attack. Not only were they strange, but they could also be soft or hard. It was almost impossible to defend against. What the hell are you attacking me for? Ling Xiao also sensed the other party's target. He didn't want to wait for death, so he turned around to dodge. However, the Mirror Devil King was already in front of him, blocking his path. Bam! A mirror appeared out of nowhere, reflecting the ribbon back at her. The old woman in white regained control of her ribbon, and then looked at the Mirror Devil King with a grim expression. Dragon Mother really did give birth to some good sons, she thought. Unfortunately, they're just wild children with no father to teach them. Seeing that her attack had failed, the old woman in white decided to take advantage of this situation with her words. By this point, the onlookers had already backed away. If they got in the middle of a fight between two powerful organizations, they could easily get hurt. Chapter 33-31. Well, at least it's better than having no parents, the Koi King said coldly. You 3 old fogies, the Dazzling Palace is really going all out. I can't believe you sent 3 9th Division life-seizing elders at once. Azure, Red, and White, the 3 old women. Aren't you worried you won't be able to leave? The Koi King didn't seem the least bit intimidated by these 3 powerful elders. In fact, he seemed to be very strong. It was obvious how confident he was in himself, and how terrifyingly strong he was. As for Shui Weining, he didn't dare to say a word. The three old women were not to be trifled with. Not only were they all in the 9th Division of Life Seizing, but when they joined forces, their fighting prowess was at the peak of the 9th Division. They were very adept at teamwork. When ordinary martial artists of the same realm encountered the three of them, they would immediately turn around and leave. "He he he. You sharp-tongued little girl," said the Koi King coldly. "Let's cut the crap. The dazzling palace wants a piece of the frigid general's tomb." "What do you say?" the green-robed old woman said coldly. She didn't say she wanted to take everything for herself, but rather, she wanted a piece of the pie. Clearly, she feared the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King. She didn't want to get into a fight here, so it would be best if they could split the treasure evenly. "Forget it," the Koi King said before the Mirror Devil King could say anything. "You three old fogies, take your people and get the hell out of here. If you don't, I'll make sure you regret it." This woman really had the same personality as Prince Tian. Domineering and valiant, she didn't give a damn about the three old women at all. She didn't even want to talk, and just wanted them to get the hell out of here. In response to the Koi King's words, the white-robed old woman's face darkened. "Big Sister Qing, they're telling us to get the hell out of here. I can't believe you're thinking of negotiating with them. This little girl is just like that slut of a mother of hers. They're both arrogant and have their eyes on top of their heads. That's right, Big Sister Qing. Forget about talking. Let's just take it," the red-robed old woman said. "Are you three pieces of trash done talking? Do you really think you can overturn the heavens with a bunch of trash? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because my mother isn't here?" The Koi King sneered. "Come on, I'll give you a chance. I want to see how capable you three old fogies are. Big brother, second brother, you guys take care of those minions. I'll deal with these three old women alone. Arrogant! Arrogant! You're courting death!" The three of them were completely infuriated by the Koi King's words. In the past, it didn't matter whether it was scolding them or using harsh words. But this time, it was an absolute humiliation to them. Dealing with the three of them alone? Wasn't this little girl looking down on them too much? Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to prove that you're not trash, then just attack. The King of Koi seemed to be very intelligent, and was not afraid of the three of them at all. Ling Xiao was multitasking. On one hand, he was searching for the memory medal. On the other hand, he was paying attention to the battle. A battle of this level was still of great reference value to him. From the looks of it, the Koi King did not seem to be boasting. He might really be able to take on three people at once. The thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air around the icy general's tomb. It seemed as though the two sides might attack at any moment. Inwardly, Ling Xiao was very pleased. "Come on, let's fight. I'd like to see you all die together. Then you'll have nothing to do with this." Finally, the fighting broke out. The Mirror Devil King didn't make a move. Instead, she stared at Ling Xiao. She was very cautious. After all, Ling Xiao's true cultivation base was only in the 5th stage of life seizing. And yet she wasn't about to let her guard down. None of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms were easy to deal with. As for Shui Weining, he was already leading the martial artists from the myriad kingdoms into battle with the martial artists from the palace of dazzling craftsmen. The Koi King and the 3 old men were even farther away. "Are you sure you don't need my help, third sister?" the Mirror Devil King asked. "No need. These 3 pieces of trash are already half a foot in the grave. They're not a match for me." The Koi King was very arrogant. Most so-called geniuses were like that. "You two hold back for a moment," the old woman said. "We don't want word to get out that we're bullying a little girl." Turning to her 2 companions, she said, "Keep an eye on the Mirror Devil King and that kid standing in front of General Frigid Ice's tomb. I bet he's trying to break the spell formation. If he succeeds, we'll go take it." The old woman was convinced that she had been stuck in the 9th stage of life seizing for many years now. The Koi King had only broken through 2 years ago, and was still new to the life-seizing craftsman. She could defeat the Koi King on her own. "You're not a match for me, old hag. You're going to die." The Koi King laughed coldly. "In that case, let's see what the number one genius of the myriad kingdoms can do to me." The old woman didn't dare to underestimate her opponent. The Koi King's title as one of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms wasn't just for show. Before long, the two of them were fighting. By this point, the old woman had already released her martial soul. His martial soul was a pagoda made of white jade. The martial discipline that the Dazzling Palace was most adept at was the Dazzling Jade God Incantation, which complemented the white jade pagoda martial soul. Once unleashed, one's body would become as white as jade, and possess incredible defensive power. Furthermore, it would be incredibly powerful. "Old hag, your dazzling jade battle body is only at the peak of the general level, right? Let's see how strong your defenses are." The old woman's body glowed with a jade-like luster, and the white jade pagoda behind her. The onlookers were completely shaken. However, the Koi King didn't seem to care at all. "You're so stubborn, you little doll!" The old woman chuckled coldly, then transformed into a beam of white light that shot toward the Koi King. Up in the air, a green ribbon of true energy wrapped in a jade-like luster shot toward the Koi King's vitals. It was a move that seemed capable of ripping apart space itself. A 9th stage life-seizing cultivation base, a peak general level dazzling jade battle body, and a white jade pagoda martial soul. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this attack was. In any case, Ling Xiao was completely shaken. He had never seen an attack as powerful as this. Although he had fought Prince Tian earlier, Prince Tian had only been toying with him, and hadn't used any martial arts techniques. If he had, he would have been dead. "If that's all you've got, then you're not strong enough." The Koi King's arrogance was justified. In the face of the old woman's attack, she had no intention of dodging. She didn't even summon her martial soul. She simply punched out. If one looked closely, they would see that her fist was covered in a layer of water. "Ocean Folk's secret technique, water cannon." The name didn't sound like much, but the effect of the attack was terrifying. The water on the Koi King's fist transformed into a ball of water, which shot out like a cannonball. It hit the green ribbon right on the spot. Chapter 33-32. Rumble. A terrifying boom rang out, and the ribbons went limp, but the water cannon continued on toward the old woman. The old woman hastily tried to defend herself. In the end, she was still hit, and was sent flying back 10 meters before regaining her footing. "This Koi King is really strong," Ling Xiao thought, shocked. Despite being in the same cultivation level, the Koi King had only used one move to send the old woman flying. That level of strength put her at the peak of the 9th level of life-seizing. "Let me help you, big sister Qing." Seeing that her companion was at a disadvantage, the old woman in white had no choice but to step in. "I told you 3 to come together. How troublesome." The Koi King looked disdainfully at the old woman in white. "I can handle 3 old pieces of trash." "Bullshit. Are you all right, big sister Qing?" the old woman in white asked. "I'm fine," the Koi King said. "You attack the left, and I'll attack the right. Don't hold back. I refuse to believe that we can't kill this girl." Although the old woman in azure had been sent flying, she was still strong, and was only slightly injured. She could still fight. The two of them attacked the Koi King from the left and right. The 2 ribbons glowed with jade-white light, making them look like 2 flood dragons as they shot toward the Koi King. What a waste of time. Secret skill of the sea folk, tidal wave. Facing the pincer attack of the green-clothed old woman and the white-clothed old woman, the Koi King suddenly let out a delicate cry. On the frozen ground, a huge wave surged out. Not only did it block the attack of the 2 ribbons, but it also blocked the attack of the 2 ribbons. It even sent the old woman in white and the old woman in azure flying. "I don't even need to use my martial soul to deal with you 2 pieces of trash." The Koi King looked arrogantly at the 2 old women. Get the hell out of here. You don't belong here. The 4 sects of the League of Vengeance combined are a match for the myriad kingdoms. The dazzling palace alone won't do. Big Sister Qing, let's work together. I refuse to believe that we can't kill this girl, the old woman in white said, looking at the old woman in red. All right. The old woman in red finally joined the battle as well. Why didn't you do this from the start? You think you're strong just because you're older? What a joke! Your era has long since ended. The next era belongs to us, the young ones. Facing the 3 of them, the Koi King finally became serious. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared behind her, and a huge carp jumped out from the wave. It was the Koi King's martial soul, the carp martial soul. A carp can leap over the dragon gate. After the carp martial spirit evolved, it became the flood dragon martial spirit. It had terrifying combat strength and was omnipotent. He wondered if the Koi King's martial soul had evolved. Cautiously looking at the Koi King, the white-clothed old woman suddenly said, Sister Qing, Sister Hong, there's no need to hide anything. The treasures in the Frost General's tomb must not fall into Wangua's hands. Even if it's destroyed, we can't let them take it away. You mean to use that thing? The old woman in green frowned. That's right, that thing can increase our strength by 10 times. Although it was uncontrollable, it might cause unnecessary destruction. However, if the people of Tato Land were to take away the treasures in the Frost General's tomb, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old woman in white said coldly. All right, we'll listen to you. The old woman in green nodded, then opened her mouth and spat out a bead. The bead was black and purple in color. It was flickering with a strange light, and it was constantly releasing soul power. It felt like it was some kind of incredible magic treasure. Runes could be clearly seen on the surface of the black-purple bead, which was full of restrictions. It contained a terrifying energy. Ling Xiao, who was searching for memory metals, was instantly attracted by the black and purple bead. Because he felt that his bloodthirsty demon sword seemed to be resonating with this bead. Soul bead! How did the Soul Hall's treasure end up in your hands? The Koi King was experienced and knowledgeable, so he was naturally more familiar with the treasure than Ling Xiao. He could tell at a glance that it was the soul bead. Hee, at least you know your stuff. This soul bead is indeed the Soul Hall's treasure. However, before the Soul Hall's new master, Darkfrost, appeared, there was a period of weakness. That's when this thing ended up in our hands. You should know that this soul bead can greatly increase a martial artist's soul power, causing the martial artist's various abilities to be greatly strengthened. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we still won't be your match. However, as long as you use this soul bead, you won't have any hope. The old woman in white sneered. Oh no, it's actually a soul bead. Shui Weining, who was fighting, had a change in expression. He clearly knew how powerful this thing was. Third sister, why don't we retreat first and avoid this? He shouted at the Koi King. Shut up! The Koi King coldly looked at Shui Weining and said, So what if it's a soul bead? It's just a high-quality Emperor artifact. What are you panicking for? Little girl, don't try to be brave. Just get out of here quickly. We don't want to use this thing either. Because once the soul bead is used, its destructive power will be so great that even we can't control it. It's very likely that we'll be implicated. The old woman in green sneered. Shui Weining's expression didn't look good. There was fear and unwillingness. After all, he was scolded by his sister in front of so many people. It was still quite embarrassing. The Mirror Devil King still had an indifferent expression as if she didn't care about anything. This time, he was only responsible for protecting the Koi King. Therefore, whether to retreat or not still depended on the Koi King's decision. You guys can try. The Koi King looked at the soul bead with disdain and said, Although a treasure is an offensive weapon, it also depends on who is using it. This soul bead has the greatest effect in the hands of a Soul Hall martial artist. If it's used by you guys, you won't even be able to use 30% of its power. What am I afraid of? This Koi King is truly powerful. It's best if we can become friends. If we can't, then we'll definitely be a terrifying enemy. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. Just as he was thinking, the Western region God Tung diagram martial soul in his body suddenly became restless. The diagram that represented the soul Elder Ling Tian's sword art floated up and actually pointed at the soul bead. You mean that the soul bead can be used to cultivate the soul Elder Ling Tian's sword art? The diagram swayed up and down like a person nodding. So it's like this. If that's the case, then I must obtain this soul bead. Ling Xiao thought inwardly. Currently, he had successfully cultivated the supreme flame blazing sky sword art. Then, he obtained the Ice Crystal Snake King's monster core from the Koi King. It could be used to cultivate the supreme ice freezing sky sword art, or the black snake venomous sky sword art. As long as he obtained the soul bead, he could cultivate the soul Elder Ling Tian sword art. Every sword art had a special attribute that could be used against different enemies. Of course, the most important thing was that when the three sword arts were used at the same time, the power wouldn't be simply 3 times, but 15 times. That was too terrifying. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had to learn all of the 9 supreme sword techniques. Chapter 33-33. The 9 sovereign sword incantation could continue to grow in power, and could even surpass the limits of an elementary king-class martial skill. Ordinary king-class martial skills couldn't possibly compare to the 9 sovereign sword incantation. Therefore, Ling Xiao had to learn all of them. Of course, getting the soul pearls wasn't going to be an easy task. After all, they were in the hands of 3 9th-stage life seizers. Compared to the memory metal in General Frost's tomb, they were even more difficult to acquire. It seemed he would have to wait for the right opportunity. He was confident that hard work would pay off. As long as he was prepared, he would eventually have the opportunity to do so. Right now, his biggest problem was that he was too weak. Of course, if it weren't for that, he wouldn't have gone so far as to fight for these treasures. The only reason he was doing this was because he wanted to get stronger. Got it! Ling Xiao thought, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. At long last, he had learned everything he needed to know about General Frost's tomb. The memory metal lay quietly next to General Frost's corpse. It was only about the size of his hand, but it contained the quintessence of General Frost's lifetime of cultivation. It was a priceless treasure. The question was when to take it. Taking advantage of his ability to multitask, he kept an eye on the situation, and at the same time, came up with a plan to escape. I have to get King Mirror Devil involved in this fight. Otherwise, my chances of success are too low. Ling Xiao was lost in thought. Meanwhile, the situation on the other side of the battlefield was changing. Thanks to the power of the soul pearls, the old woman in green, the old woman in white, and the old woman in red were finally able to suppress King Koi. King Koi was being pushed back again and again, and was no longer as calm as before. You're at the end of your rope, King Koi, the old woman said. Are you going to keep fighting? Take advantage of the fact that we haven't used the full power of the soul pearls. You'd best get the hell out of here. If you don't, we'll never be able to get anything from General Frost's tomb. The old woman in green continued to attack as she spoke. The only reason she was saying such things was because she knew how difficult it would be to deal with the King Koi. Even with the soul pearls, and the fact that they were suppressing King Koi, they still wouldn't be able to defeat him anytime soon. Such a stalemate would only weaken both sides. Furthermore, the Mirror Demon King had yet to make a move. This was too disadvantageous for them. Third sister, do you want me to help? The Mirror Demon King finally spoke again. He knew that his sister had a headstrong personality. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he would not ask for help. It was the same today. No need! Blood seeped out of the corner of the Koi King's mouth, but his face was filled with excitement. The soul pearl is indeed a good treasure. However, the stronger the enemy, the more excited I am. It had been a long time since he had fought so happily. How long can you 3 old trash last? Using a soul pearl is a huge burden on the body. This woman's personality was too similar to Ling Xiao's. They were both battle maniacs. The stronger the enemy, the more excited she would be. He was facing off against 3 9th Division Life Seizers, all of whom were using soul pearls that could increase his power tenfold. She was still fearless. Good. Since you want to die, we'll help you. Little White, Little Red, there's no need to show any mercy. Now that we're in the primeval god necropolis, we're mortal enemies. We'll kill one of the 4 kings of the myriad kingdoms, and deal a huge blow to the myriad kingdom's dragon mother. Opportunities like this don't come around often. Normally speaking, the 4 great powers wouldn't fight to the death. After all, back in the Western Domain, they had been very peaceful, at least on the surface. But things were different in the primeval god necropolis. This was a place where only one of them could survive. If you didn't kill them, they would kill you. Someone had to die, and it was better for them to die than to die themselves. As of this moment, Qing Hongbai and the other 2 were ready to shed all pretense of cordiality with the myriad kingdom's dragon mother. A terrifying amount of energy was poured into the soul orb and then released from the soul orb. An enormous white jade pagoda appeared in front of the 3 of them, growing larger and larger. The eyes of Qing Hongbai and the other 2 shone with cruel killing intent. Then, they unleashed attacks. Soul Pearl. White Jade Pagoda. Kill. Rumble. With a loud bang, the White Jade Pagoda absorbed enough energy and finally flew toward the Koi King. The White Jade Pagoda that the 3 of them used together was already extremely powerful. Now, with the support of the Soul Pearl, its power increased by 10 times. When the huge pagoda appeared in the sky, many people revealed looks of horror. Ling Xiao could also feel the destructive power released by the pagoda, which could destroy everything in its path. That kind of power was enough to shatter his entire body. However, in the face of this terrifying power, the Koi King laughed wildly. Carp leaping through the dragon gate, martial soul evolution. Her voice exploded in the void. A flood dragon flew up from the lake and then circled behind the Koi King. At that moment, the Koi King's strength continued to rise. Her aura also continued to rise. See Clan Secret Skill, Dragon Tide. As her voice sounded, she pushed her hands forward. A flood dragon was naturally formed and merged with the martial soul. Then, it pounced on the huge pagoda. Rumble! The flood dragon and the pagoda collided in the void. After a moment of stalemate, the pagoda was smashed to pieces. Then, the flood dragon swung its tail and flung the soul pearl away. At that moment, the 3 of them looked extremely unsightly. The 3 of them teaming up to bully a little girl was already very shameless. In the end, they even used the soul pearl in an attempt to kill the Koi King. But not only did they not succeed, the Koi King even destroyed the white jade pagoda that the 3 of them had condensed. Even the soul orb was sent flying. No one knew where it ended up. No one noticed that a pitch-black shadow had split off from Ling Xiao's body and stealthily appeared where the soul pearl had fallen and picked it up. At this moment, besides Ling Xiao, everyone else was shocked by the Koi King's strength. Even the Mirror Demon King was shocked. I didn't expect Third Sister to have grown to such a level. It seems that as her big brother, I'm really not as good as her. Only Fourth Brother can suppress her. The Mirror Demon King shook his head and sighed, ignoring Ling Xiao who was there. She's too strong. The Koi King is a genius among geniuses, a monster among monsters. I'm afraid she's even more talented than Dragon Mother. If she gets the Frost General's treasure, then wouldn't there be another Dragon Mother? Yeah, she fought 3 people alone and won so easily. The Koi King deserves to be the best among the young people. Not necessarily. I heard that the Dragon Shark King is even stronger than her. I don't know if the Dragon Shark King is strong or not, but the Koi King is really scary. The Linglong Palace is doomed today. Not only will they not get the treasures of the Frost General's tomb, they will also lose their lives here. Shocked voices came one after another, but no one noticed that Ling Xiao's original body had been replaced by the Golden Phoenix avatar. Chapter 33-34. Ling Xiao had already used his golden phoenix incarnation to replace his true body. His true body would then enter the Frost General's tomb to retrieve the memory medal. This was the most critical moment, and he was most afraid of being disturbed. But it was fine. The battle was reaching its climax. Only 10 minutes had passed since the spell formation was broken. To Ling Xiao, the outside conditions were good. Qing Hongbai and Qing Hongbai were terrified by the Koi King's terrifying power. The three of them had used their soul pearls, but still couldn't take down the Koi King. Instead, they were being beaten back again and again. "You three old pieces of trash, today is the day you die," the Koi King said with a cruel smile. Once a battle broke out in the primeval god tomb, it would be a fight to the death. A terrifying water dragon leaped out from the snowy ground and spiraled upwards. There were actually dozens of them. Each one of them contained terrifying power, and was capable of injuring Qing Hongbai and Qing Hongbai. Each of the water dragons had the power of an 8th stage life-sizer. They were far stronger than Ling Xiao. Although Qing Hongbai and Qing Hongbai could block one of the water dragons, how could they defend against dozens of them? It was an extremely dangerous situation for them. By now, the other members of the Dazzling Palace were being slaughtered by Shui Weining and Devil King Mirror. The outcome was certain. The Dazzling Palace was going to suffer a crushing defeat. However, after this battle, the Dazzling Palace and the Myriad Kingdoms would be mortal enemies. Previously, they had pretended to be cordial. After this battle, even the harmony on the surface would no longer exist. In the future, when the Myriad Kingdoms and the Dazzling Palace met, it would be a bloody battle. Of course, there was one thing that could mitigate that possibility. "Koi King," Qing Hongbai said loudly, "we submit. I never thought you would be so strong. The Frost General's tomb belongs to the Myriad Kingdoms. The Dazzling Palace will not interfere. We just hope you can let us go. Otherwise, if we fight to the death, you won't be able to get anything out of it." She was the oldest of the three, and also the calmest. At this point, if they continued to fight, the Dazzling Palace would probably all die. Of course, Tao Land must pay a heavy price. However, she didn't want that kind of life and death situation. "Third sister, why don't we stop here?" Mirror Demon King still didn't want to completely fall out with Ling Long Palace. After all, after entering the Archean Divine Tomb, the four forces still maintained a basic tacit understanding. He only killed the loose cultivators and did not touch the people of the four major powers. Of course, it was still possible to make a move in a place where no one knew. But after all, everyone maintained a bottom line. Once they shed all pretense of cordiality today, their Tao land would most likely suffer the crazy retaliation of the Avenging Alliance. Mirror Demon King had considered this, and that was why she had asked Koi King to stop. But with the Koi King's personality, how could he stop? What a joke! When you wanted to kill me just now, you didn't think about the tacit understanding between the four great forces. Now, he was actually using such a ridiculous reason. Don't even think about it. If I don't kill you today, how can I dispel the hatred in my heart? The Koi King's words shut the Mirror Demon King up. Mirror Demon King didn't want to bring it up again. Although they were all part of the four kings of 10,000 kingdoms, there were still differences between the four kings. Koi King's position was first, and his strength was slightly weaker than Dragon Shark King. As for Demon Eye King and Mirror Demon King, they could only be inferior to the first two. While speaking, Koi King's water dragon had already hit the old woman in cyan, shattering her clothes and causing blood to flow. At the same time, the other two old women's situation was not good either. Being attacked by the water dragon, they were already stretched thin. If they were not careful, they would be hit. The situation was very bad. "Sister Qing, this little girl wants to kill us. No need to be polite with her. Even if we die here today, we must not let her take advantage of us." The old woman in white had the most violent temper. Now that things had progressed to this point, they had no way to retreat. Since that was the case, there was naturally no need to hold back. "I also agree," the old woman in red also said angrily. The old woman in cyan looked at Koi King and said, I'll give you one last chance. Don't provoke us. You should know that although you can suppress us now, once we go crazy, not to mention the subordinates of your Tato land, even the Ice General's tomb will be destroyed. Koi King didn't say a word, and continued to attack madly. Fine. In that case, Little White, Little Red, let's go all out. The elders of the dazzling palace weren't to be trifled with. The three of them combined their power and unleashed it with all their might, without the slightest bit of pressure. Terrifying power released countless ribbons that shot out in all directions. The layer of ice was broken. The water dragon was destroyed. Trees were toppled. Then, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, the ribbons pierced through their bodies, causing miserable shrieks to ring out. The 6th and 7th stage life seizers of the myriad kingdoms and the dazzling palace were completely useless. In the face of such a powerful expert, they were nothing more than pitiful fodder. The scene was a complete mess, and the rogue cultivators who had been watching fled. However, there were still some who were caught up in the chaos and died unjustly. Big bro, don't let them destroy the Ice General's tomb. The Koi King did not even bother to look at the myriad kingdom martial artists who had been killed. Instead, he was more concerned about the tomb. The Mirror Devil King nodded, and an enormous mirror appeared in front of him, completely protecting the tomb. All the attacks that came into contact with the mirror were deflected away. You three old things are dead for sure. Seeing that the tomb was unharmed, Koi King let out a furious roar. In the face of the combined attacks of the three elders, he unleashed all of his power. Dozens of water dragons surged out crazily. Not only did they knock away Qing Hongbai and the other two's attacks, but they also slammed into the three's bodies. Even though the three of them had already used their full strength, they were only able to lightly injure the Koi King. Blood trickled down the corner of Koi King's mouth, but it was clear that he wasn't in serious condition. However, under the terrifying attack of the water dragons, Qing Hongbai and the other two elders were already lying on the ground, heavily injured. Who would have thought that the three of us together couldn't even beat Koi King? It seems the Alliance of Vengeance has no choice but to work together. If we split up, we'll die. None of us are a match for the myriad kingdoms and the Hall of Souls. The old woman in green used the last of her true energy to support the white jade pagoda, protecting the three of them. However, the water dragons continued to attack, and the pagoda was already on the verge of collapse. It was only a matter of time before it was destroyed. I've never seen Koi King fight before, so I thought she was just one of the top experts of the younger generation. But now, it seems that not even the old ones are a match for her. She's just too strong. She's definitely on the same level as the 4 top grandmasters of the Alliance of Vengeance. Chapter 33-35. Off in the distance, the rogue cultivators, now certain that they were safe, stopped fleeing, and looked on in terror. They were completely in awe and fear of the Koi King of Tato land. Even as everyone was marveling at how powerful the Koi King was, Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the memory metal. As soon as the frigid general's memory metal touched him, he felt an intense surge of power wash over him. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt that the energy in his sea of cultivation had increased to 100%. He was only a step away from breaking through. And that was just a simple touch. As the memories of the martial disciplines within the metal flowed into Ling Xiao's mind, he began to meditate. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged. From the very beginning of his cultivation, the martial foundation level, all the way to the 5th division of life seizing, he had gone through all of it again. This wasn't something Ling Xiao could decide, but rather, the power of the memory metal. Ling Xiao had always had his master to guide him. Unfortunately, his master couldn't replace him in his cultivation. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would run into problems. Of course, he had never been aware of them. Thanks to the tempering of the memory metal, his cultivation from the martial foundation level to the 5th division of life seizing was nearing perfection. Although he wouldn't dare to say that he wasn't flawed, he was definitely doing much better than before. Many of the flaws that he had been unaware of were now being corrected by the memory metal. Many of the mistakes Ling Xiao had made in the past were now being corrected. In short, although they had wasted some time this time, the harvest was definitely huge. When he opened his eyes through the golden phoenix incarnation, he saw the white jade pagoda that was about to shatter. Imperial Prince Tian and the Koi King really are compatible, he thought. Both of them are terrifyingly strong. The elders from the dazzling palace wouldn't be of any help. Unless the Empress herself were here, they wouldn't be a match for the Koi King. Of course, Ling Xiao was even less of a match for him. Therefore, he didn't want to alarm anyone. Instead, he prepared to take the memory medal and leave. He didn't have much time left, and had no idea how much time had passed. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, Ling Xiao's breathing almost stopped. He was extremely nervous. Because Mirror Demon King felt that half an hour had passed, he went to Ling Xiao's gold phoenix to ask about the situation. The golden phoenix incarnation naturally could not answer. Mirror Demon King sensed that something was wrong. She reached out to touch the golden phoenix avatar. The moment they touched, Ling Xiao saw it. That was why Ling Xiao was so nervous. With the Mirror Demon King's power, as long as he touched the golden phoenix, he would be able to sense that something was wrong. It's too late. We can only run. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He instantly transformed into a shadow rabbit beast soul and used the special skill of Shadow Dancer. Using the evading sword light steps, he rushed outside. Golden Phoenix Incarnation, explode. He had to create an opening for himself to escape. Shadow Dancer might not be able to fool the Mirror Demon King, so Ling Xiao did not want to take the risk. The moment he was about to leave the Frost General's tomb, he detonated the Golden Phoenix Avatar. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and Mirror Demon King was caught off guard. She was sent flying. Although she was not seriously injured, she was in a very bad situation. This huge roar attracted everyone's gazes over, including the Koi King, who was still fighting. The Koi King saw that the white jade pagoda was about to shatter. Then he would be able to kill the 3 useless people hiding inside. But the Frost General's tomb was obviously more important than the 3 useless people's lives. The explosion over there immediately attracted her attention. "What's wrong, brother?" the Koi King asked hurriedly. He did not understand what was going on. We've been fooled. We've been fooled by that kid." Mirror Demon King roared angrily as he rushed towards the Frost General's tomb, hoping to rescue the treasure inside. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he was near the Frost General's tomb. When the Koi King heard this, he ignored the 3 elders of Linglong Palace and rushed towards the Frost General's tomb as well. If the treasure was destroyed, he would really go crazy. The treasure is destroyed. No, the memory medal is not. Mirror light, nowhere to hide. The Mirror Demon King roared, sending out beams of white light that illuminated the area around him. Ling Xiao had already used the Shadow Dancer skill and the sword light steps to get hundreds of meters away. But now that he was covered by the light, he was completely exposed. "Holy shit," Ling Xiao said, looking back to find everyone staring at him. It was a very awkward situation. "Bastard! How dare you steal the treasure of the myriad kingdoms? Are you looking to die?" The Mirror Demon King was furious. They had only been paying attention to the Linglong Palace, but never could they have guessed that a measly 5th Division life-sizer would dare to try to steal the Frost General's tomb. How shameless! Since when did the primeval god tomb belong to the myriad kingdoms? Treasures belong to those who are capable. As Ling Xiao spoke, he was still running wildly. He had no intention of slowing down at all. Considering how strong he was, he couldn't even beat Shui Weining, let alone the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King. The only thing he could do now was run. Stupid myriad kingdoms. So what if you beat us? In the end, a piece of trash in the 5th Division life-seizing level took advantage of you. If word of this got out, you'd lose all face. Laughter rang out as the Azure Patriarchs and White Patriarchs took advantage of the situation to flee. They had been humiliated, and since they couldn't get back at Yang Qi through strength, they could only resort to verbal abuse. Besides, the Koi King didn't have time to deal with them. After all, the memory medal was the most important thing. I'll deal with you later, you 3 old pieces of trash. The Koi King continued to chase after Ling Xiao, vowing to tear Ling Xiao to shreds. Although Ling Xiao had used a shape-shifting technique to change his appearance, the Koi King still couldn't recognize him. The Koi King had guessed who he was. You must be Emperor Ling Xiao from the 8 Immortals' Kingdom, boy. I heard you escaped from the Imperial Prince. Today, I'd like to see if you can escape from me, the Koi King. The Koi King was both furious and shocked. She couldn't believe that someone would dare to play games like this right in front of her. Amidst the furious roars, dozens of water dragons pounced towards Ling Xiao at the same time, wanting to blast Ling Xiao into pieces. None of the water dragons were a match for Ling Xiao. That said, Ling Xiao wasn't planning on fighting them head-on. Farewell, Koi King. Divine ability, Earth Warp Golden Light Magic. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't escape the Koi King's pursuit with ordinary movement techniques. Therefore, he calmly chose to use the Earth Elemental Golden Light Technique, a divine escape technique. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. As for the Koi King's water dragons, having lost their target, they exploded, sending snow and water flying everywhere. However, Ling Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 33-36. The Koi King's attack landed, but there was no trace of Ling Xiao. At this moment, not only were the people of Wanhua stunned. The rogue cultivators who were watching were also stunned. The 3 elders of Linglong Palace who had fled far away but were reluctant to leave immediately were also stunned. They thought that the kid would not be able to escape the Koi King's attack. But they did not expect that the kid would disappear. Disappear into thin air. Along with the treasures of the Frost General's tomb, he completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Even the 3 elders of Linglong Palace could not escape the water dragon attack of the Koi King. Yet, that nameless junior managed to slip away? Damn it, big brother, chase that kid with me. The Koi King was not confused. She knew that Ling Xiao should have some skills that could hide his body. With that kind of ability, if the opponent did not attack, she could not do anything. But as long as her big brother followed, there would be no problem. As for the 3 old good-for-nothings of Linglong Palace, she did not care. Anyway, they could not pose a threat to her. It was not too late to kill them next time. Only this Ling Xiao, she could not forgive. The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King were extremely fast. Their cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, it was enough to catch up with the vertical golden light technique. Of course, it was just catching up. It would be difficult to surpass it. However, the vertical golden light technique consumed a lot of energy. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was a miracle that he could escape 100 miles away. If he could not get rid of the pursuers within this 100 miles, he would be in trouble. The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King chased after Ling Xiao. The area around the Frost General's tomb was in chaos. Including Shui Weining, that guy, was still in a daze. The Emperor of the 8 Immortals' Kingdom? Where did he come from? Don't you know? The young warrior who destroyed the Sword Dynasty and occupied that world is said to be only 16 years old. He dares to call himself an emperor at 16 years old? Is he looking for death? Haha, not only is he an emperor, but he is still alive. I suspect that he is the one who killed the executioner in Ice City. How dare he kill the executioner? He fought with the emperor, and now he snatched the treasures of the Frost General's tomb from the hands of the experts of the 10,000 kingdoms. He should have died without a complete corpse, but he was still alive and well. I really admire this guy. Respect my ass? The Koi King and the Mirror Demon King are working together to chase after him. That brat is doomed. That might not be the case. If the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King can't catch up to the kid, then he will be famous. And, aside from the heated discussion, the 3 elders, Qing, Hongbai, and Bai, saw that the Mirror Demon King and the Koi King had left. He wanted to find his soul orb. Big Sister Qing, it can't be wrong. It must have been that brat who stole it. F***ck, isn't that bastard too daring? The white-robed old woman said angrily. If he really is that Ling Xiao from the White Tiger continent, then his enmity with us won't be resolved in a short time. The old woman sighed. Whatever. Let's go back and heal. It's better to let the kid get those two things than to let the 10,000 kingdoms get them. You're right. Even if the kid is talented, he can't rise to prominence in a short time. We still have a chance to get those things back. The white-robed old woman nodded, and the three of them flew back toward the dazzling palace. They didn't make a move against Shui Weining, because they were seriously injured and might not be a match for him. Of course, Shui Weining didn't dare to pursue them. He didn't want to throw his life away unless he was completely confident that he could defeat his opponent. By this point, Ling Xiao was already several kilometers away. Thanks to the earth-span golden light, he had not only avoided the water dragon strike of the Koi King, but also seized the opportunity to flee. As long as his opponent couldn't outrun him, he would never be able to catch up. At this moment, he was feeling rather refreshed. The memory metal, the soul pearl, and the 9th-level life-seizing demon core from the ice crystal snake net. He had acquired all three treasures at the same time. Not only would he be able to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation base, but he would also be able to cultivate the revered ice sword art and the revered heaven sword art. It would definitely be a huge boost to his strength. Yes, it was a little dangerous, but if you got what you wanted, then it was a success. The memory metal from the revered ice general would definitely increase his cultivation base by 10-fold. As for the other two items, he would definitely be able to cultivate his royal class martial skills. Of course, he wouldn't be unhappy. But right now, he couldn't afford to relax. His soul power was telling him that two powerful forces were chasing after him. Heh. Since I can't escape, I'll play with you. Along the way, Ling Xiao had been trying to come up with a plan to escape. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't come up with a good idea. Now that he wasn't prepared to flee, he had an idea. In the blink of an eye, he was 50 kilometers away. Ling Xiao was the first to arrive. After making some preparations, he stood there, waiting for the Koi King and the Mirror Devil King to arrive. It was about a minute's worth of difference. The Koi King and the Mirror Devil King arrived at the same time. Seeing Ling Xiao standing there with a half-smile on his face, the Mirror Devil King immediately sensed that something was wrong. She immediately stopped. The Koi King wasn't afraid of anything. When he saw Ling Xiao, he pounced on Ling Xiao, not giving him any chance to breathe. He didn't even give him a chance to speak. Boom! With a terrifying boom, Ling Xiao's body was blown to smithereens. Then he reappeared on the other side. However, this time, it wasn't just one soaring sky that appeared. Instead, there were 2, 3, and finally, there were 10 identical soaring skies. Ling Xiao had returned to his original appearance. He was still looking at the two powerhouses with a half-smile. Are you in such a hurry to kill me? Idiot! Ling Xiao's voice came from the mouths of the 10 powerhouses at the same time. Third sister, be careful. We've fallen into this guy's illusion array. When it came to spell formations, the Mirror Devil King was far more skilled than the Koi King. What illusion array? Don't tell me it's stronger than your mirror martial soul, eldest brother! The Koi King said angrily. It's no use, the Mirror Devil King said. That brat has the power of the soul pearl. It's over. There's no way we can catch up to him. The Mirror Devil King sighed. No, I don't believe he left, the Koi King said angrily. Ling Xiao, if you've got what it takes, get the hell out here. Stop hiding. What kind of hero are you? Are you an idiot? Yang Qi said. I'd be an idiot to face 2 9th Division Life Seizers. Ling Xiao's voice still came out from the mouths of the 10 people at the same time. I, Ling Xiao, am not a hero. I'm just a guy who's working hard to get out of here alive. It's that simple. Chapter 33-37. Ling Xiao said coldly. Whoever doesn't want me to live, I won't let them have it easy. Get lost, although the two of you are strong. As long as I don't come out, don't even think about killing me. I'll give you a chance. If you don't get lost, after 10 counts, I will definitely kill the martial artists of Wangua. Are you threatening me? The Koi King frowned. Yes, your brain is not too stupid. Ling Zhao's voice was very arrogant. How dare you? First you vowed to destroy Prince Tian, and now you're arrogant enough to attack the martial artists of Wangua. You really think you're something? The Koi King was extremely annoyed. 10. Ling Xiao ignored the Koi King's words and just counted. 6. No need to count, I'll kill you now. The Koi King would never be threatened. She was not even afraid of the 3 elders of Linglong Palace. How could she be afraid of a mere Ling Xiao? In anger, a terrifying aura was released from her body. Then, a water column drilled out from the ground, almost shattering the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters. However, in the next moment, a strange phenomenon appeared. Those water columns actually attacked the Koi King's direction, as if controlled by some terrifying force. What's going on? The Koi King was shocked. She hurriedly dodged. Third sister, don't be afraid, that's an illusion. A mirror hung above the Mirror Demon King's head, seemingly able to see through the illusion. Idiot! Ling Xiao, who was in the dark, could not help but snicker. Since he already knew the Mirror Demon King's ability, how could he not be prepared? There was truth in the fake, and there was falsehood in the real. The first few times the water dragon hit the Koi King, it was indeed an illusion, but in the middle, it directly blasted the Koi King dozens of feet away. Although with the Koi King's strength, it was naturally impossible for her to be injured too seriously. However, the feeling of being hit by one's own attack was still very unpleasant. The Koi King almost went berserk on the spot. She randomly released attacks, but the more attacks she released, the more damage she suffered. Instead, it became her own attack. Third sister, don't mess around. If you act recklessly before figuring out the formation, you'll only get hurt. Ling Xiao, that brat, is hiding somewhere and laughing. The Mirror Demon King stopped the Koi King's violent actions. Ling Xiao, just you wait. No matter where you run to, I'll find you, skin you alive, and make you into meat soup. The Koi King was furious to the extreme. It wasn't just that he had lost the treasure. More importantly, it had been taken by a piece of trash in the 5th division of life seizing. This kind of humiliation was simply unacceptable to her. All right, third sister, there's no point in being angry. Since we've already lost the item in the Icy General's tomb, we'll take it. I'll reorganize my emotions and see if I can get my hands on the treasures of the Ice Emperor's mausoleum. In comparison, the Imperial Mausoleum is much better than the General's. Mirror Demon King didn't know how to comfort her sister. His sister, the Koi King, had never encountered such a situation since she was born. She had never been so humiliated. In the past, it had always been others who had been taken advantage of. But this time, it was his sister who had been taken advantage of. Presumably, his sister was feeling very bad right now. Regardless of how depressed the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King were, Ling Xiao had long since slipped away. The illusory formation was just a way for him to buy time. If the Koi King had been calm enough, with the help of the Mirror Demon King, he would have been able to break it in 20 minutes. Unfortunately, the Koi King was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he didn't care about anything else. Instead, he was wasting time, and giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Ling Xiao arrived at a relatively safe location, where he looked around to make sure no one had been there. Although there were demonlings in the area, as long as he didn't provoke them, they shouldn't be a problem. He set up a spell formation in a secluded valley, then hid inside and began to cultivate. Of course, it was impossible to find a completely safe place outside of the city. But Ling Xiao was an expert at setting up spell formations. With them, many things would be much easier. He wasn't worried about the Koi King and the Mirror Demon King looking for him. After releasing the barrier martial spirit, he wouldn't release a trace of his aura. Unless the Tato land sent everyone to conduct a carpet search, it would be impossible to find him. Besides, there were many powerful demonlings in the vicinity. A large-scale search would inevitably alarm those terrifying demonlings. When the time came to fight, the Tato land would definitely suffer. So under normal circumstances, the other party wouldn't be so stupid. Even if he really did that, he would be able to find out early, and then escape. Anyway, there was no absolutely safe place in the immemorial divine tomb. It was enough to cultivate here. Before cultivating the 9 sovereign sword art, Ling Xiao still planned to improve his realm first. His current cultivation C energy had skyrocketed to 100%. He only needed an opportunity to break through. And these were the benefits brought to him by the Ice General's martial arts memory. Just touching it was so powerful. If he seriously comprehended it, he didn't know what would happen. His way of improving his cultivation was different from that of ordinary martial artists. He basically relied on fighting. But before fighting, he still had to let his consciousness reach that realm first. That was how cultivation worked. Consciousness came first, cultivation base came later. If one's consciousness couldn't reach a certain level, then one's cultivation base would never reach that level. Once one's consciousness reached a certain level, their cultivation base would follow. All they needed was power. Pulling out the memory metal, he began to study the Ice General's martial arts experience. This time, though, he was going to study the experiences of a 6th-stage life-sizer. From what he could tell, the Ice General's cultivation base was on the same level as Dragon Mother and Dark Frost. In fact, she might even be stronger. How he broke through, how he cultivated, and what he encountered in the process were all recorded in the memory metal. Ling Xiao's perception was extremely high. Plus, the memory metal was easy to understand. In a mere 3 days, Ling Xiao's consciousness had reached the 6th stage of life seizing. When one's consciousness reached that level, one's vision was completely different. Perhaps that was why many experts, even after having their cultivation bases destroyed, were still able to see things clearly. One's cultivation base could be destroyed, but one's consciousness would remain at that level. Just because one's consciousness had reached a certain level didn't mean they had broken through. Ling Xiao could sense the latent potential within him stirring. I need to go find demonlings to practice with. There's no point in hanging around here. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Ling Xiao left the valley. As soon as he left the valley, he heard the sound of fighting off in the distance. As his cultivation base continued to rise, his 5 senses had grown stronger as well. Now, he didn't even need to rely on his soul power to detect enemies. Following the sound of fighting, Ling Xiao stealthily made his way over. He didn't want to cause any trouble. He just wanted to see what was going on, and whether or not it would be of any use to him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.